Hello, my name is Lotto, and welcome to the first ever recorded, complete, no damage playthrough of Metal Gear Solid. This will be a big boss rank completion on extreme difficulty, which is the only difficulty you can earn said rank. This run will be commentated, but if you would like to watch the entire run without commentary, a recording free of YouTube's compression is linked in the description. While this opening cutscene plays, I figure I should explain what I mean by this being the first playthrough of its kind. If you look up Metal Gear Solid No Damage, you're likely to find 3 different videos. The first is a playlist from Garland the Great, a legendary player specializing in challenge runs of PS1 games. Garland's No Damage run is remarkable, but unfortunately fails during the Jeep escape sequence. Similarly, there is a commentator run by I'm on the Edge of My Seat, which also takes damage during said escape, as well as during the torture sequence. Lastly, and my personal favorite, is a run by The Last One XO, which is subtitled Liquid Ending, as if that's something that exists. The reason it's my favorite is that he's playing a modded PC version with the cheats enabled to give himself more ammunition, and he doesn't even finish the game. The recording just stops after he beats Liquid on top of Metal Gear Rex, and doesn't even show the full escape sequence. Given my dissatisfaction at the currently existing full no damage playthroughs, it's needless to say that this run will complete the entire game front to back without taking any damage, no exceptions. This will be a segmented run of the game, meaning that I've saved at key points so I could retry them until I completed each section to the rules of the challenge in a way I found satisfactory. Additionally, I've gone to the effort to splice the cutscenes and mandatory codec calls back into the run so I didn't have to watch them on every attempt. It's not a perfect science, however, so there will be some oddities, but I hope they're mostly unnoticeable. However, rest assured that every moment of gameplay that you're going to see here was all part of the same playthrough. As far as I'm aware, nobody has ever finished the entire game without taking damage in a single segment run. The playthrough itself was recorded using a real copy of the game on an actual PlayStation connected via RGB to a RetroTink 5X for the best quality possible. If anyone watching this video has the desire, feel free to download the raw footage that I've made available for use in your own projects. You have my permission so long as you give me credit. With the preamble out of the way, I can finally start talking about the game. I opted to retroactively edit in all of the cutscenes because I have just as much to say about the story as I do about the gameplay. Metal Gear Solid, despite being an almost universally revered classic, and foundational to both the stealth genre and video games as a whole, still goes underappreciated in a lot of ways, I feel. Many people like to point to the later games of the series, or even its remake, The Twin Snakes on GameCube, and pull out the classic, aged poorly nonsense. As for my personal rankings, while I still view Metal Gear Solid 2 as the peak of the series both in terms of gameplay and narrative, Metal Gear Solid 1 sits comfortably in second place. I hope that seeing this game played at a high level with explanations and strategies presented along the way will help give you, too, a better appreciation for this immaculately crafted work of art. Extreme as a difficulty isn't unlocked until after you've completed the game at least once, but this playthrough will be performed on a fresh save file, which means no stealth camo, no bandana, and definitely no tuxedo. Metal Gear Solid was a huge step forward for games in terms of cinematic presentation. All of the cutscenes are shot from interesting angles, the camera movements are purposeful, and the voice acting is simply stellar, especially considering the competition at the time. It really did feel like you were playing out an action movie, and its breakneck pace honestly didn't feel like there were any interruptions to the flow of the game at all. This codec call does something kind of interesting. Characters diegetically describe the process of placing and answering calls on Snake's codec before immediately making an in-universe justification for how this fantastical science fiction gadget works. There's an amusing tension between the real and video gamey aspects of Metal Gear Solid's world that's played with from the very beginning and evolves a lot over the course of the story. I much prefer this approach, at least for this game, since it saves us from immersion-shattering text tutorial pop-ups. What's unusual is that even though this era of games was still very much one to put key information exclusively in the manual it expected you to read, Metal Gear Solid can be fully enjoyed as an entirely self-contained experience. If all you have is an ISO of the game on your hard drive, there are effectively no barriers to playing through the game. This is noteworthy given the rise of emulation as a method for people experiencing classic games for the first time, and the explosion in prices of retro hardware and software. This is, I believe, the only time in the entire playthrough I use Snake's ability to knock on walls to disrupt guard patrols. Here, it's to ensure that when the elevator finally comes down, there's nobody else looking its way, so I can dash straight into it. Throughout the rest of the game, however, it's easier to just time my movements based on where I know the enemies are going to be. Immediately, you're likely to notice that extreme difficulty doesn't have the Soliton radar. While it does feel like you're flying blind for the first little while, you'd be surprised how quickly you can get used to its absence. Before long, the radar itself will feel more like a crutch than anything else. On normal difficulty, you can just press yourself into the northeast corner of this room and be perfectly hidden from all the patrols in this area until the elevator comes down. The additional distance guards can see, granted on extreme, prevents this from being a viable option, however. That's why I'm sort of fidgeting around this little vehicle to keep an eye on where enemies are looking at. For controls, I've personally always preferred to play this game with the D-pad. I have a DualShock controller and the rumble is nice, but I don't care for how Snake feels when using the analog stick. It's not as though the game has analog movement speed anyway, and since I'm by no means a speedrunner, I have little use for movement in more than 8 directions. In fact, when I was a kid playing Metal Gear Solid 3 for the first time, I remember being quite upset that I couldn't use the D-pad for regular movement. It was part of a long and, at times, not very pleasant learning experience adjusting to all the changes that game made to the series' gameplay. Since the coast is clear around the elevator, I simply wait at this corner and flip the guy over my shoulder to roll into the elevator. He doesn't seem to mind too much, and once the elevator begins to shake, vibrating with motion, guards can't see you at all. I think it's really cool that Solid and Liquid Snake both pose dramatically in the elevator at the start of the game. You can really feel the brotherly, masculine urge to play to the camera. Metal Gear Solid makes great and liberal use of post-processing techniques that wouldn't be formally adopted until arguably the next generation at the earliest. Effects like depth of field and motion blur are given sort of a facsimile representation in many of these cutscenes, this one being a great example. I won't be able to cover every single optional codec or line of dialogue in this video, but this conversation has the Colonel make a comment about Snake being rusty if you get spotted and die a lot in the cavern area before making it to the elevator. It's also got our first introduction to Naomi, played by Jennifer Hale. I'd say, out of any character in the entire game, Naomi has slowly worked her way up to being my favorite. Despite appearing exclusively in the codec and acted entirely with disembodied dialogue and crossfading JPEGs, her personality and belief system are expertly conveyed using both of these primitive tools. Throughout the game, I'd like you to take special care to observe how her inflections and facial expression changes depending on the dialogue. Jennifer Hale really knocked this role out of the park, and she deserves a lot more praise for how well Naomi was portrayed in this game.
Behind D. Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
I have no idea, but it looks like our little diversion got their attention. Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed.
Less stellar, perhaps, are the accents both her and Mei Ling have. They're by no means offensive, just a little cartoony and obviously not the actors' normal speaking voices. The Twin Snakes remake removed both of these, and neither character had an accent come Metal Gear Solid 4, but Mei Ling's accent persisted into Metal Gear Solid 2, so I really have no idea what happened there. It just seems to be an odd, indecisive moment or a symptom of the English dub not receiving as much care as the original Japanese. On the subject of translation, Metal Gear Solid was translated into English by one Jeremy Blaustein, who you may remember as the translator for Symphony of the Night, and, later, for his work on Silent Hill 2. Blaustein wrote an article for Polygon a few years back where he described his mindset and process for his translation, and it's an excellent read. He talks about how his translation effort was focused on matching the tone and building a feeling of authenticity and naturalistic dialogue while conveying more about the characters than the original text. When Kojima was informed of how Blaustein's script differed, he made sure all future Metal Gear games had a very tightly controlled translation in the future. For what it's worth, I find Blaustein's script to be excellent and vastly superior to the much drier and literal translation presented in the Twin Snakes remake. There's something that's just genuinely pleasing to listen to about the dialogue when I watch the cutscenes of this game. It's all very snappy, quickly paced, and dripping with personality. The voice acting is also just stronger given the more organic script. Characters speak rather robotically in Twin Snakes, but in the original it's a lot more naturalistic. Characters change tone and inflection with the scene, and it helps them feel like real people. Oddly enough, the radar is present for exactly this cutscene and nothing else if you're playing on hard or extreme. I guess it would be rather odd if Mei Ling was talking about how a non-existent radar works, but later we'll see a codec call is removed entirely for this difficulty since it only relates to the radar. Perhaps it was too much work to add an alternate line of dialogue and remove this cutscene from the higher difficulties. I've seen many people get tripped up by the currently existing technology line. It doesn't mean that Mei Ling is staring at the player and saying that the Soliton radar is a real thing that exists outside of the fiction of the game, but just means that it's publicly available technology that's readily available. We'll see this line pop up again with regards to Rex's railgun. It doesn't use currently existing technology, and that's why it's a big deal. This is cutting-edge, novel tech.
My frequency is 140.96. It's a dedicated frequency for saving data. Don't forget it.
Remember, except for your binoculars, you're naked. You need to arm yourself with whatever weapons you can find.
I remember. First I'm strip searched by Dr. Naomi here, and then all my weapons are taken away. Imagine yourself put in that position.
Well, if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
I'll hold you to that, Doctor. By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Cigarettes? How are those going to help you?
You never know.
Well, I know. Cigarettes are actually a genuine hazard on the run like this, as they deal damage to you over time. I have to be particularly careful not to accidentally select them, or it counts as taking damage. In normal play, the cigarettes can be used to detect otherwise invisible lasers. Since that's not an option here, it's vital to pick up the thermal goggles to get out of the tank hangar. There is actually a speedrun category called Sig% or Black Lung %, where the rule is to have cigarettes equipped for almost the entire playthrough. And that's sort of the precursor to no damage attempts. However, there are a few instances where the cigarettes are either taken away or your health is completely refilled, giving the wiggle room to get hit in some of the later sequences of the game. When I was a kid, the only access to this game I really had was from a demo disc. Unlike the Pizza Hut one that lets you play all the way up to the DARPA Chief, mine was Interactive Sampler Volume 8, and it included only up until the end of the heliport before flashing a to be continued screen up. It was also only in Japanese with English subtitles. I still must have played that demo over 100 times as a kid. Somehow, despite it being only 2 rooms and a bunch of cutscenes in a language I did not understand. That demo actually had some interesting differences. For starters, the cardboard box and thermal goggles were both obtainable in it, much earlier than normal. The box being on the stairs in the northeast, and the thermal goggles being just beyond the fence north of the elevator. It's here that I grabbed the chaff grenades. Snake moves faster with a weapon equipped than without, and again, while this is by no means a speedrun, we are on a time limit, so moving quickly through the game is vital. Nothing is worse than making it all the way to the end of a Metal Gear game, only to whiff the big boss rank by a few minutes that could have easily been saved. I'll have to utilize some slower, more conservative strategies for certain sections of the game, so saving that time elsewhere grants me some more leeway in that regard. If you move quickly here, you can get into that vent before the guard spots you with the route I've shown here. Virtually any delay will mean you have to wait for him to finish his route and turn around before being able to make it inside. One thing that makes going for the big boss rank in this game so challenging is that items and ammunition don't respawn ever. This means that there are a limited amount of things like chaff and stun grenades that I'll need to be very careful to manage throughout the game. I make a critical resource error just before Disc 2, and we'll see how that ends up playing out. Miller's codec portrait depicts him wearing a shirt, and we know that these are displayed in real time thanks to Liquid's sunglasses line at the end of the game. Given his propensity for going topless, I think it's funny to imagine Liquid constantly carrying around a green tank top to throw on at a moment's notice whenever Snake rings him up. Oh, and by the way, this video contains spoilers for Metal Gear Solid. You can hold triangle to look through these openings in the vents. It's a really cool feature, but not one that I'll be utilizing today since I already know what's ahead and need to finish the game quickly. On that note, it's probably worth talking about what requirements have to be met to achieve the big boss rank in this release of the game. The game must be completed in under 3 hours total, get 0 game overs, have a maximum of 4 alerts, kill 25 or fewer enemies, use only 1 or fewer rations, save 80 times or fewer, and play on extreme difficulty. Later Metal Gear Solid games, especially 2, demand outright perfection to achieve the rank of Big Boss or equivalent, but Metal Gear Solid lets you be a little more creative. While 4 alerts is the maximum allowed, there are really only 3 that are mandatory. You can avoid a 4th by killing Johnny in the prison cell stealthily. Additionally, only, I think, 11 kills are technically required during normal play. This lets you have 14 extra enemies you can dispatch at your discretion. I like this because you can tackle the different scenarios of the game in a way that works for you, rather than just trying to find the correct solution. There's something cool about planning an entire route through the game and marking down when it's safe to expend resources. Immediately upon entering the tank hangar, this door to the right is open for you to grab the thermal goggles. As I said before, it's important to do so, and I take the opportunity here since it's on the way. Grabbing the SOCOM pistol from the truck also lets me take this item here, so I have more ammunition available for the cell shootout. This is the codec call that I was talking about. Normally, Mei Ling will ring you up and tell you to check the radar for the DARPA chief, but since there is no radar, she makes no such call.
Who's that?
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
Knowing that the DARPA chief here is actually Decoy Octopus in disguise is actually kinda cool when rewatching this scene. Liquid says as much later, but it really does properly convey the feeling that he's trying to get as much information out of Snake as Snake is from him, and the subtle ways he tricks Snake into activating Rex do come across well on repeat viewings. Maybe if we as players were given total control over Snake's actions and thought processes, we could see through his disguise and not arm the detonation code, but Metal Gear Solid is a roller coaster, and if that's not what you want, then there are plenty of other games for you. This is the first conversation that really cemented Metal Gear's writing style of Snake, or whatever other character, repeating the last word or two of the previous speaker's sentence. It's fun to laugh and poke fun at, but I really do think it's an effective way to have a scene like this where one character is explaining something to another. The alternatives are just having Snake go, yeah, sure, as though he's completely uninterested, or making him silent through the entire conversation. There's a bit more of a back and forth this way, and you get to hear more dialogue from our hero. Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain would later go on to show us what it looks like when a game doesn't do this, and it was bad.
To launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Metal Gear.
Something that should be becoming apparent as we go on is the unique way the PlayStation draws its graphics. While it can technically support 32-bit color, most of the gameplay is limited to only 16-bit. To create the illusion of more colors and eliminate banding, a generous dither is applied to many PlayStation games. Metal Gear Solid makes intense use of this, applying multiple layers of both pre-baked and dynamic dithering across the whole scene. Looking at it now, it almost resembles an early fake film grain, which I'm sure Kojima really appreciated. Additionally, the textures are all very blocky and pixelated, in contrast with the N64's blurry and smooth texture work. That's because the PS1 doesn't apply any sort of texture filtering to achieve that effect. Whatever was drawn by the artist is what shows up on the scene. Polygons, however, will warp and jump all over the place, especially when closer to the camera and at sharp angles. This is caused by the PlayStation not supporting what is called floating point numbers. Effectively, the PlayStation 1 can only support whole numbers when determining where to draw its graphics, with nothing in place for things like subpixel positioning. As a result, the PlayStation visuals are very clean and sharp, if occasionally showing weird artifacts like texture warping. Many of these effects still even come across on CRTs and lower quality video connections.
Hey! Shut up in there, will ya?
In the Twin Snakes version of this scene, Snake is hanging like Spider-Man from the top corner of this room for some reason. It's, weird. As for viewing on an HD display, the PS1's unique visuals are handled very well for the most part under ideal conditions. Though YouTube's compression doesn't do recordings like this one many favors, when viewing the raw footage, it very much has a moving pixel art-like quality. Something that's a little less beloved is the PlayStation's lack of a Z buffer. Developers had to almost manually tell the system what polygons are supposed to be in front of others, and this has led to many instances where objects close together would render over top of each other incorrectly. You'll see this with Meryl's gun through the wall later. Even individual polygons could occasionally clip through closer ones, and it makes for some pretty amusing results at times.
One of the members of
Many people, especially younger ones, will tell you that the best way to experience many of these classic games is through emulation, with the internal resolution bumped up to match a modern display and these graphical quirks paved over, but that's ridiculous. Fine for older people who have already seen what the game truly is and want to experiment on replays, but in the interest of preservation and accurately assessing how older art like this was back then, we should experience it as it was, at least for the first time through. That's why I always opt to record all my footage on real hardware with actual copies of the games for my videos, unless I specifically need footage of an emulator or PC port to make a point. With the recent announcement of the upcoming Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, I hope as many of the graphical quirks of the original game are preserved for the coming generations. Man, Metal Gear Solid 2 really influenced my beliefs more than I thought, huh?
Three card keys. There are 3 different slots to put them in. You need to insert a card into each one of them.
Okay, 3 card keys. Do you know where they might be keeping Baker?
Somewhere in the 2nd floor basement.
2nd floor basement?
I heard the guards say they moved him to an area that has a lot of electronic jamming.
Any other clues?
Yes, they cemented over the entrances, but didn't have enough time to paint them. Why don't you look for the areas where the walls are a different color? Here, take this. It's my ID card. It'll open any level 1 security door. It's called a pan card.
While there is no one correct way to write a story, a piece of advice I heard a long time ago that was one way to effectively grab an audience is to present a situation that should be impossible. Not impossible as in, to quote the person who planted this idea in my mind, a whale flies through the sky and turns into a donut, and that's the premise of the story, because that's just silly. But something that your audience will want to see unraveled or explained. Metal Gear Solid does this here. What if a guy died of a seemingly unexplainable heart attack at an inopportune time? Full Metal Alchemist presents the scenario, what if there was a way to break the conservation of mass and energy? And even bad art like Skyrim asking the question, what if the long-dead dragons came back? The resolution of these mysteries might not be the ultimate reveal everything is building to, and it isn't here either, but it's on the hook, and serves to make the audience want more.
Dead. Naomi, the chief. What happened?
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but
A heart attack? No,
Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
absolutely not. Snake, you've got to understand. This op is security level red. You need the highest security clearance to get access to the complete file.
You want me to believe that you're in charge of this op, but you don't have complete access to the file?
I told you, the Secretary of Defense is in operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
I take a moment to look at the maggots here, both because I have nothing better to do, and it's worth stopping to see some of the smaller details Kojima's games like to add. If you crouch down next to the body of Octopus here, there's a unique close-up camera angle shown. I mention both of these because they both come up later in a way that I think is particularly amusing. Here's what I was talking about earlier with Meryl's gun. You can also see the mosaic sensor over Johnny through the wall, but on lower quality video signals, it's much more difficult to make out. And of course, you can lean out the side of the door to catch a glimpse of Meryl early. Twin Snakes would later remove your ability to do this in order to make Meryl getting the drop on Snake a little more believable.
So you killed the chief, you bastard! Liquid? No, you're not. Don't move!
Is this the first time you ever pointed a gun at a person? Your hands are shaking.
If you don't have the SOCOM pistol here, Snake will actually grab the barrel of Meryl's gun rather than drawing his own. You can pick it up either in the back of the truck in the heliport or in the armory basement. It's impossible to get any further than the cell shootout without acquiring the SOCOM, since it will show up here and Snake will automatically collect it after the first wave of guards.
You're not one of them, are you?
Open that door. You've got a card, don't you?
Why?
So we can get the hell out of here.
Looks like we'll be a little delayed. What are you doing? Don't think. Shoot!
If I wasn't going for the big boss rank, I would just stand still and shoot all the guards. It's actually fairly trivial on every difficulty. However, given the fact that I'm on a limited kill budget, I need to find some other way. Meryl will not shoot at the first wave of guards, so when going for a low amount of kills, you're only technically required to kill one of them. You can grab an enemy in a chokehold and use him as a human shield for the other guards to shoot at, and it will not count as a kill. However, that strategy is very risky on a no damage run, so I simply opt to use my first two optional kills here. After that, I can just run back and forth, occasionally flipping a guard or tossing a stun grenade to get through. When flipping an enemy with a square button, you can knock over other guards that are impacted by your humanoid projectile. This is a very useful tool much later in the game, particularly with the first elevator fight.
Thanks for the help.
Wait! Who are you? You fool! You've killed him!
When I first played this game as a teenager, I assumed this cutscene was meant to show something that just happened elsewhere. Like the boys were playing with some sort of DARPA chief voodoo doll and that's what killed him in the cell. It wasn't until I actually replayed the game that I realized that's not what was happening at all. Perhaps I should have learned that prior to finishing the game, but I wasn't exactly a bright kid. The camera angle sort of hides it, but it's really funny to me that Snake decides to take cover in an empty hallway by just crouching down and pressing against the open wall. Twin Snakes would later address this by adding a crate for Snake to hide behind, which might be the only genuine improvement to anything that game made. The heavy warbling motion blur effect that's shown when Mantis appears here is something that the PC port of this game just can't handle. That version of the game has a million issues, but that was the first one that really hit me as completely broken. I've never been able to get it to work correctly.
Naomi, I just had some kind of hallucination. Is it from the nanomachines?
No, Snake. The nanomachines are functioning properly.
So what was it?
It must have been psychometric interference coming from Psycho Mantis, Foxhound Psychic. Think of it as a mental feedback loop.
So that was Mantis.
I take a trip up to the first floor here to grab the SOCOM suppressor, as it'll be very important later. I never had a great grasp on the tank hangar guard's patrol route, so I wait here for a few seconds and run back to the elevator when I'm sure he's passed. There are all sorts of goodies hidden in the walls of this area, but I don't particularly need them and already know where to go, so there won't be much exploration of the armory in this playthrough. If you pause the game on the right frame after an explosion, you can see the untextured polygons. It's a kinda cool effect.
Am I too late? He's alive. You're the Arms Tech president, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry, I'm here to save you.
It was always funny to me that Snake doesn't recognize the obvious explosive trap directly in front of him using the same bombs he was just handling.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man.
While I would say pretty well all of the character models in this game look great, Ocelot's is just something special. He doesn't even look all that blocky with his big coat, and it's just a great design visually as well.
I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver.
Revolver Ocelot is the first moment where the changes to extreme difficulty become readily apparent. On lower difficulties, he's quite a fast mover, but it's possible to catch up to him pretty easily. On extreme, he downed like 3 pixie sticks prior to Snake showing up, so he can motor around the arena like mad. If you're quick on the draw, you can still keep up with him and dodge his gunfire, but if not, you'll have to do battle with him at range, and that can be quite risky considering his bullets can ricochet to hit you. Otherwise, it's a fairly simple and quick fight.
You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss.
If you die a lot to Ocelot, he'll admonish you for sucking at the game, rather than saying his classic, "You're pretty good" line. Gray Fox's invisibility effects are also very impressive. I'm not even sure how they did it. It honestly reminds me of the tech used in Resident Evil 4, where the texture is just a copy of what the camera is seeing, distorted a little bit and layered over the object. It's worth noting that Gray Fox and the DARPA chief have the same voice actor, Greg Eagles. It's not so noticeable when Gray Fox is speaking through his suit, but over the codec and when he opens his mask, you can easily hear they're just the same guy. The Twin Snakes replaced Gray Fox's voice actor with Rob Paulson, and while I can understand the motivation to ensure the voices aren't shared, Greg Eagles did such a good job as Fox that it's a shame to lose him.
Who the hell? Can you talk?
Who are you?
I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
I talked.
What? Now the terrorists have both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I
I managed to resist Psycho Mantis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Surgical implants in my brain.
Surgical implants?
Kind of like a psychic insulation. Everyone who knows these top secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA chief?
Of course.
But the DARPA chief said Mantis got his code by reading his mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Snake should really be questioning that the DARPA chief's story is impossible a little more than not at all. In fact, I'm not even sure why Octopus decided to go with that as the cover story. Foxhound knows that Mantis couldn't read his mind, so it's a mystery to me why they go for such an obvious lie. It just seems more likely to make Snake suspicious and for their plan to fail. It's one of the few genuine issues I have with the story of this game. What often goes underlooked in Metal Gear discussion is that Kenneth Baker is one of the worst individual human beings in the entire series. He's an evil war profiteer who wants people to fight and kill each other so he can make a bunch of money, and is sad when he can't make money off of people dying and killing each other, while bribing politicians to look the other way. He ranks higher than many of the series' actual antagonists, and that's saying a lot. However, you wouldn't really think that just by playing the game casually. The one scene he has before he dies and is forgotten does a great job of making him seem sympathetic. He's badly injured and just got done being tortured, shot at, and exploded. While I'd say he got exactly what was coming to him, if you don't think much about the situation he's put himself in, it's almost easy to feel bad for the guy.
Let these maniacs start a war today. You still have the card keys?
Card keys?
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the terrorists.
No, that woman.
Woman? Who?
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
A female soldier. It must be.
She said she had just joined up as a new recruit. They threw her in prison because she refused to take part in the rebellion.
A new recruit? Could that be the colonel's niece?
I gave her the key. Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by codec. Until I was tied up here, that is.
Codec?
Yes, she stole it from the guard. If she still has it, you should be able to contact her.
I'm sure she still has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it's... Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Damn!
Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
I'll contact her right away. But tell
This is one of the more famous moments where the characters speak what would normally be immersion-breaking dialogue diegetically. I've seen people get tripped up by this and try to interact with the floppy disk Baker gives you after the cutscene, and that's funny, because the intent is to look at the back of the CD case the game came in. If you're playing the Essential Collection, you'll need to look at the back of the box the games all come in, and the Legacy Collection has nothing helpful whatsoever on its packaging. The Twin Snakes modified this line to back of the package, which is just completely unhelpful in every way. Compliance is a bitch.
Somewhere in the nuclear warhead storage building. It's north from here. That's where he worked.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended with the turn of the millennium.
Oh, you're wrong. The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been.
The entire Metal Gear Solid series makes use of a lot of stock footage. Not presumably because it's easy to fill time with stuff you didn't have to make, but because it helps ground the political commentary in the real world. Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 were recently removed from digital storefronts as a result of licensing disputes over the ownership of the stock footage, which may be the most banal dystopian sentence I've ever spoken, but I digress. The upcoming Master Collection is noted to be making minor adjustments due to reasons that sound suspiciously similar to this, and it's possible much of the footage from that game will be altered or removed entirely. As President Baker is about to start ranting about how much he hates, quote, bleeding heart liberals on the Military Oversight Committee, I don't feel so bad bringing up politics. In regards to the stock footage, it's very regrettable that the bizarre machinations of capitalism are compromising the preservation of important art. This is a very common friction that we encounter on a regular basis. In a sense, what capitalists say is almost true. Capitalism does indeed promote innovation, but it's the bad kind of innovation where people invent new problems so they can make money off of them. Being able to control the use of video footage you shot on a camera 20 years ago to such a degree that you can completely prevent people from legally acquiring and enjoying a work of art today is insane. Artists and creators absolutely deserve to be properly compensated for their work, of course, but the way the governments of the world have decided to organize their economic systems is one that does not make the world a better place. Many products are made and actions are taken that are not done because they improve the lives of people, but because they are profitable. The pursuit of profit is so centralized in our society that entire nations are left destitute and their labor exploited because doing so will add a few more dollars to someone's already unimaginably large bank account. That's why I'm so happy Snake overtly states that he doesn't give a crap about Baker or his company. After all, why should he? Why should anyone? A company will personally kill you and endanger your entire family for a few more pennies on the pile. And they do! People knew of the dangers of leaded gasoline long before the information was made public, but it was cheaper to produce, which made the owners of these companies incredibly rich, at the cost of lives of actual human beings. Goods of all kinds are still being manufactured with horrible conditions for the workers, and there's a large organized campaign among the rich to deny the effects of climate change and kneecap any attempts to solve it, which is going to eventually get us all killed.
What's that? An optical disc. It's all here. The main hard drive was destroyed by gunfire. This is the only remaining copy of the data.
What kind of data?
All the data collected from this exercise. Don't play dumb. I know you were sent to get this. I hid it from that sadistic maniac while he was torturing me. They don't know this disc exists. Make sure you report this to Jim. To your boss. I'll give you my card, too. It'll open up all security level 2 doors.
Can you walk?
No. No, you go on without me. They got my password. They don't want anything else from me.
I have one more question. Who or what was that ninja thing? It looked like you knew something.
That ninja?
Now, back to the game. Before his heart attack, Baker starts to explain that some aspect of Metal Gear uses non-currently existing technology that would apparently spell the death of Armstack if it ever got out.
You know him?
We don't find out until much later, but he's referring to the railgun. It's easily one of my favorite plot elements of this game with how it's built up and the eventual reveal, but we'll get there eventually.
You've got to stop them. If it goes public, my company and I are finished.
What? Doesn't Metal Gear use currently existing technology?
Metal Gear itself does, but...
It's awfully convenient for both Snake and the player that the hostages he's supposed to rescue both die immediately. I can imagine a worse version of this game where you have to run them to some sort of extraction zone or escort them through the base. Fox Die is a great excuse to both develop intrigue and relieve the player of the burden of an escort mission without making Snake seem like he's incompetent at his job.
What the hell? Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no idea.
Don't lie to me.
It looked like another heart attack, but,
Some kind of poison?
well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses. For example, potassium chloride or dioxides, but we won't be able to tell without doing an autopsy.
Damn.
Snake, I want you and Meryl to work together.
Can I trust her?
More than you can trust me. Get in contact with her.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference coming from there. It should be okay if you do burst transmission like us, but normal transmission is probably impossible. Try moving away from that area.
Snake, get a hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing? A member of Foxhound?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, we have no one like that in our unit.
Is that right?
Snake, I'm counting on you.
For some reason, the door to the north of this room is locked with like a level 6 card. Twin Snakes adjusted it to only a level 2, allowing you to leave this room after the boss fight, and to my mind there's no reason why it should be any higher than that. I'm not sure what Snake is doing when his health increases after boss fights. I always assumed he was eating something and that makes him stronger, but there's really no indication as to what it is. The game invisibly keeps track of your rank, kind of like the original Metal Gear games. It determines what weapons you're allowed to use, and it goes up, along with your health, after every boss until a point. You'll never have to worry about interacting with the system at all, as the items are locked off correctly during normal play, but if you cheat them in, that's where you can run into issues. You may have noticed my health bar didn't fill up. That's because while your maximum health increases after every boss, your current HP doesn't on Extreme. So even though I haven't taken any damage, the meter will stay exactly where it was at the start of the game. There are later sequences that refill your health for you, so at least it'll end full.
My name's not important.
What is important is what I'm going to do. Calling Meryl here makes progression a little faster. She'll immediately unlock the cargo door upon reaching the first floor, which saves you from having to kill some time. By not exploring the top of the tank hangar, I'll be missing out on the mine detector and cardboard box A, but neither of those are of any particular use. I'll be getting box B later anyway, and the mine detector just doesn't work without a radar. Some of you may have raised an eyebrow earlier when I said that Metal Gear Solid can be enjoyed as a self-contained experience. After all, the game directs you to look at the back of the physical packaging the game came in to progress, right? Well, surprisingly, it's not required. If you spend too long being unable to figure it out, Meryl's codec frequency will actually just appear in your contact list after a time. I didn't know this until I watched my younger brother try his hand at this game, and he got stumped by this puzzle. Speaking of items, there's a secret room to the southeast of Ocelot's boss fight, and with the right level keycards you can loot it for some good items. I don't particularly need any of them, and the last one requires a very hefty backtrack, so we won't be seeing it in this playthrough.
I'm sorry. I was captured along with President Baker right after the terrorist attack.
That's okay. But what is this place? I don't think it's just a nuclear weapons.
There's a certain underappreciated genius in having Snake encounter increasingly well-informed characters that can all give their insight on the situation from their own perspectives. It keeps players from hearing redundant information, even with the massive amount of cutscenes. There's a lot of story to tell, and it's told very well.
For the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces were called here for the test launching of a dummy nuclear warhead.
Why Foxhound?
Because they're a special ops group used to handling top secret missions. They figured they could help keep it all hush-hush.
But we must have fired nuclear warheads before. Why just this time?
I heard it was because this was to be a final test before the formal adoption of the Metal Gear program. That's what I heard anyway.
Sounds kind of fishy. So what do you think the terrorists want?
Sorry. I'm not sure. I was captured with President Baker right after the revolt started.
Oh yeah, that's when he gave you the detonation code override keys, right?
That's right.
Amazing you were able to keep them hidden from the guards.
Well, women have more hiding places than men. Anyway, you met Baker, huh? How's he holding up?
He's dead.
What?
Heart attack. Same as the DARPA chief.
The chief died from a heart attack too?
Yeah. Was either of them sick or anything?
No, not that I heard of.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Something funny's going on.
Sounds like it, but I have no idea what.
Me neither. Yet. Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second floor basement.
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear launching program.
So they'll need him alive until that's done anyway.
Then we better do something before he finishes.
You're right. In case we can't override the detonation code in time, I need to ask him how to destroy Metal Gear.
You plan to take that thing on by yourself, Snake?
It won't be the first time.
Ah.
What's the best way to get to the building where the doctor is being held?
There's a cargo door on the first floor of this building that leads to the north.
What's the security level of the door there?
5. But it's okay. I've got a level 5 card.
Well, I've got to go save the doctor. You should go.
I'm going with you.
No way. You're still too green. I want you to hide somewhere.
Solid Snake is a sensitive guy, and he can slip into the role of emotional support for a combat buddy effortlessly. But he also knows when to take a step back and not get too friendly with someone. He's neither an irreverent hard-ass or a lovable wiseman, but somewhere in between. In this game in particular, he's better written than in any after it, and it's wonderful to see his character develop over the course of his time on Shadow Moses Island.
Living, breathing people are different.
action, and now
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Listen, Meryl, everybody feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. In a war, all of mankind's worst emotions, worst traits come out. It's easy to forget what a sin is in the middle of a battlefield.
But this isn't a war. It's a terrorist action.
You're just a little jumpy from the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay, let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
You're a real bastard, just like my uncle said.
Huh, I told you. The real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were right. Okay, Snake. I'll be a good girl.
We'll link up after I grab the doctor. Then we'll take care of the detonation code override.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than you. Call me if you have any questions.
Be careful, okay?
After I open up the cargo door, I'll contact you.
The return here is populated with guards, and while on normal you can simply dash right to the elevator, that's not an option on Extreme, and waiting for the right moment to make a break for it is a requirement.
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Where I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
You won't be for long with the way you walk.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Listen, Snake, the cargo door is like an airlock. It's equipped with infrared sensors. Be careful. If an intruder is sensed, gas is released.
Gas?
Okay, so we'll meet at the nuclear warhead storage building.
Wait, you said you'd stay put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
Don't get careless. That's when things always turn sour.
Sorry, but this is the only way I can figure out whether or not I'm cut out to be a soldier. I gotta get my hands dirty.
These guys are professionals. You're gonna get yourself killed.
See you there.
The lasers in this area move at about double the speed they do on normal difficulties. Using the thermal goggles can be disorienting as it allows you to see every laser at once, but I found keeping my eye on the part of the laser closest to the emitters is best for keeping track of what one is directly in front of me. I can also crawl under this door to get out of it slightly faster. It's a good thing there are claymores here as they're very useful for the boss ahead, which is incredibly tricky to handle.
Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass. Send him a message.
Grenades have their own set of mechanics, which is pretty cool. They'll inherit Snake's momentum, so running makes them go further. Additionally, I'm pretty sure if you're spinning counterclockwise, they'll get even more distance, since Snake's holding them in his right hand, and they'll rotate in a larger circle faster. It can be tricky to land throws like that, though. I open this fight with a chaff grenade to approach and plant a claymore next to the tank to blow its treads. This causes it to slow down by a lot and makes landing the grenade throws trivial. Be careful to create some distance between you and the tank as the claymore detonates, as the explosion bursting from the side can kill you. Another easy boss down.
Well, boss, I hope you are happy. He got the card.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
What did you think of him?
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon, much like you. I would expect no less.
See? I told you so. But I will kill him.
So, General Ivan, I hear he took your hand as well as your dignity.
Watch your tongue, shaman.
In the language of the Sioux people, Sioux means snake. It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, Snake is mine now. When I meet him next, I'll take special care of him. Not yet. Don't kill him yet.
He and I will meet again in battle.
Same prediction as always?
Yes, the raven on my head. It thirsts for his blood.
Damn right. Mm-hmm. The nuclear warhead storage building presents a unique challenge in that weapons aren't available for use. Fortunately, chaff grenades remain unrestricted. If you get an alert, the area will fill up with gas, and failing to clear the alert fast enough will almost certainly result in dying. It's not necessary to use the chaff grenades here, but their most helpful application in this area is to reset Snake's running animation. If you rapidly equip and unequip a weapon, Snake will repeat the first few frames of his movement animation, which will prevent him from making noise when walking on loud floors. This is vital for sneaking through certain areas quickly.
Lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
They just leave them here? It's like President Baker said. Totally careless.
They're working on a limited budget. They try to put on a pretty face for the media, but this is the grim reality of it. Nastasha knows lots more about it than I do. Her frequency is 141.52.
All of the warheads in those boxes have had their detonation mechanisms removed, so there's no fear of them exploding. But if the warheads are broken, they might leak plutonium, and that would be a serious problem.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
While you're instructed to get the Nikita launcher upon reaching the second floor basement, you can actually just go to the first floor basement right away and grab it to save some time. The area you find it in is full of doors that'll gradually open up for more and more useful pickups throughout the game, and since you pass by it multiple times, it's always good to take a moment to grab what you can. The stun grenades in particular are very useful for this run. Taking too long here will result in the guard in the washroom returning to his patrol and make moving through the area much more difficult. This is the only mandatory call from Gray Fox, and if you skip the first one prior to the tank, Snake will ask him who he is during this one instead.
Also, the floor is electrified. First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a remote-controlled missile.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
You're not using burst transmission. Are you nearby? Who are you, anyway?
One of your fans.
I remember this section giving me no end of trouble when I first played this game. It's hard to tell where your missile is going when you're not familiar with the layout of the room, and I spent a lot of time suffocating Snake because of it. Fortunately, gun cameras or dogs spotting you don't count as an alert in the game stats, so we can just send the missile straight through. I grabbed the FAMAS here because it's going to be important for Mantis' boss fight later, and I don't want to bother grabbing it from the armory. One of the things I like about the art style of this game is its constantly shifting color palette. Every room has a distinct tone, from cold grays or purples or greens. There's a lot of variety that gives the different sections of the Shadow Moses facility character. Unfortunately, I'm not much of an artist and don't have a whole lot of insight into the color palette beyond I like it and it's good. So I'm going to take a moment to pass it over to friend of the channel, Steak Bentley, and he's going to share his insight.
Metal Gear Solid 1 is one of the most visually dazzling games I've ever played in my life. Graphically, I think it's the crown jewel of the PlayStation's library, both in how it pushes the limits of the hardware and in how it takes advantage of what makes the PS1 unique. The low resolution and lack of anti-aliasing lends PlayStation games a certain sharpness that can feel less like approximating real images and more like three-dimensional sprite work. Just like in sprite work, the best-looking PS1 games often make use of dithering techniques for shading and effects animation, and the heaviest lifting is done by the palette. Even among the other visually impressive games in its series, MGS1 stands out for its crisp, vibrant visuals. Despite the game generally keeping to a greenish-blue palette, there are a number of memorable color choices throughout. You would think gray rocks and metal and white snow, but everything outside on Shadow Moses is bathed in this cool light that gives the snow and rocks a crystal blue quality. Light use of browns and oranges come in on the warm human bodies popping out against the cold environment, yellow and red only coming in on hair. The phosphorus green shade of the codec also tints many of the indoor facilities. It's generally associated with the sneaking you're doing for much of the game. So areas with the mahogany oak color of Mantis' office and the bright fluorescent white lights of Otacon's computer lab create a very different mood. Everything goes red during the climax, and then at the end, the sun rises. The context of the mission disappears, the character's humanity shines through, the light warms up massively, and the oranges and pinks flood the scene. Considering how many other military stealth-type games and even other Metal Gear Solid games feel so washed out, I think it's really impressive how the game captures exactly the mood it has to, in every scene with just its palette while still feeling colorful and making these memorable choices. It's really good. That's the whole thing.
Thanks a lot for the assist. If you haven't already, you should definitely check out Steak's channel. The link is in the description. I highly recommend it.
I've removed all obstacles. Now you and I will battle to the death.
What do you want?
I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy the moment.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I've come from another world to do battle revenge?
It is nothing so trivial as revenge. A fight to the death with you. Only in that can my soul find respite. I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. Fine. He can watch from inside there.
I need that, man. Keep your hands off him.
Gray Fox's boss fight is the first moment where Extreme is likely going to feel just unfair. All of his phases function the same, but with new twists that make him incredibly difficult to handle. The first phase is by far the hardest, as his spinning kick now tracks Snake with incredible precision. It's nearly impossible to dodge. However, the move only becomes capable of hurting Snake very late into its animation, which means you can easily contest it with Snake's own melee combo. After every attack, Fox will do a harmless flip away, and that's when you want to move in and strike him. When he jumps into the air, just move away. It's absolutely vital to stay on top of him and be aggressive. And you can manipulate him into staying in the choke point between the desks to minimize his possible escape routes.
That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me.
You have little to fear from Fox in Phase 2. Just listen for where he lands, either to your left or your right, and check his possible hiding spots for the telltale shimmer of the stealth camo. Even if you walk right over him, he's unlikely to hit you, as you can eventually see.
Hurry up and catch me. Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain.
At this point, the fight is effectively over. Fox will walk slowly towards you and then teleport once, turning invisible on Extreme. He'll throw a punch and you have plenty of time to counterattack him. Run in circles, listen for the audio cue of the punch, and try to pick him out visually. I recommend not playing over composite video, or it'll be quite the challenge to see him. After enough damage is dealt to him, he'll teleport twice instead, and that can throw you off. The second teleport also doesn't make any sounds, so you really have to be careful.
Do you remember, Snake? The feel of battle. The clashing of bone and sinew. That's good, Snake. Hurt me more. That's good, Snake.
Bring him down to 1% health and make some distance, because the first burst of energy he releases every time he moves has much more range than the subsequent ones. I used to run up and punch him in the window of time between his bursts, but since he's not in control of himself anymore, you can just shoot him 3 times to end the fight.
I felt that, Snake. Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar. What? Not again. What's happening?
I'm losing myself.
Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous.
Metal Gear fans are used to retcons in the series by this point, but one that's always made me upset is Dr. Clark. Metal Gear Solid 4 makes the baffling decision to have Paramedic from Metal Gear Solid 3 retroactively revealed to be the person who did the experiments on Gray Fox. Now, in Metal Gear Solid 1, Clark is pretty explicitly made out to be a man, and Paramedic is not a man. It's a very careless and annoying retcon in a game that is built mostly out of careless and annoying retcons.
Killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years ago.
So what about this soldier?
Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes, but they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything.
This codec conversation is one where Naomi's acting really shines. You can see her expression change and eyes twitch as she's visibly bothered by recounting Gray Fox's fate, while her face returns to normal when she regains her composure. I don't know why Naomi in particular got so much attention to her animation work, but I really do appreciate it. She's a very complex character with a lot of dialogue, and the amount of effort put into her really pays off. I think she might actually be the character with the most frames of animation in the codec out of the whole cast.
Even if that ninja is Gray Fox, the question is, why?
From what I could tell, he didn't know who he was.
Are you saying that he's just a mindless robot?
I'm not sure, but he seems intent on fighting me to the death. We'll meet again. I know it.
So you'll fight again? Until you kill him?
I'd rather not. But maybe that's what he wants.
How long are you gonna stay in there?
Snake and Otacon's very heterosexual relationship is one of my favorite aspects of the story of this game. Snake starts off uncaring and kind of hostile when he thinks Otacon's just another corporate science goon out to make a buck and save his own ass, but Hal's sheer sincerity really endears him to Snake, and the two wind up as best friends by the end of the game.
Your uniform is different than theirs.
You're the Metal Gear chief engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me.
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
Oh, well, at least you're not one of them.
Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I just twisted my ankle a little bit trying to get away.
Well, if that's all, it's nothing to worry about. I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Liar. I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear? What are you talking about?
The terrorists are planning to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
They're gonna put a dismantled warhead into Metal Gear's TMD missile module?
Wrong. From the beginning, the purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really didn't know?
No. All the armament was built by a separate department, and the president personally supervised the final assembly of the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it in a joint venture between Armstech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
I always love that Otacon calls Rex him instead of it. Even this early on, you can tell he likes to personify his creations.
Nuclear
Metal Gear fired only standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
A unique aspect of the writing of this game that doesn't carry forward to later entries is that our protagonist clearly spends a lot of time thinking to himself about the situation. Snake's already got a few working theories about the true nature of this takeover, and he's critically thinking even when we're not in control. Raiden of Metal Gear Solid 2 is a very reactive protagonist because of the nature of that game's story, which works fine. But in Metal Gear Solid 3, Naked Snake usually just asks questions and accepts answers because that game isn't written quite as well. People often say that Metal Gear Solid 3 is the peak of the series, and I can definitely see why. It's got a high gameplay to cutscene ratio, there's a staggering amount of stuff you can do to interact with the world through game mechanics, and the enemies are designed very well to be snuck around. The two biggest cinder blocks on its feet are that the writing is very clunky, particularly with the boss's early dialogue, and that the tranquilizer pistol absolutely demolishes the entire game. Neither of the previous two Metal Gear games suffered from these issues, and it's generally why I hold them in higher regard than the fan darling. Perhaps the translation is to blame for the former problem, as Blaustein's vivid writing and Agnes Kaku, the translator for Metal Gear Solid 2, having a known distaste for the source material, gave those games a very distinct sense of personality. This is mostly conjecture, but there's a little something that got lost after Metal Gear Solid 2. Dare I call it soul? 3 and 4 are by no means bad games, they just don't quite live up to the peak of fiction titles I would describe to Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2.
God's got a sense of humor, all right.
3 generations of Emmerich men.
Oh hey, Squidward just blew up.
We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA. I used to think that I could use science to help mankind, but the one that wound up getting used was me. Using science to help mankind.
In Twin Snakes, Otacon says, "That's only in anime," instead of "just in the movies," and that line, well, kind of sucks. I'm sure that's how it was in the original Japanese, but it just goes to show how a good translation should make dialogue that sounds natural, as opposed to literally correct to the material from another language.
Rex is in the underground maintenance base,
Where's that?
north of the communications tower, but it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the maintenance base control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
If we can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex. I'll show you the way.
On that leg of yours, you'll just slow me down.
You'll need me if you're gonna destroy Rex.
I don't need you. I just need your brain.
I created Rex. It's my right, my duty to destroy him.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this.
Otacon having access to stealth camo is another way to alleviate the burden of an escort quest from the player, but this time he needs to survive in order to fulfill his role in the game outside of the scene, so he becomes a non-factor. It also helps pump Snake up as a badass, considering he doesn't even consider asking Otacon to take the magic invisible power up. He doesn't need it.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me.
Meryl, what happened? Something's wrong.
Did you hear something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists.
A disguise?
She had such a cute way of walking. She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
Way of walking, huh?
If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh? There's only one place where we can be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense. Here, use this security card. It's security level 4.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
What's wrong? Getting all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. I'm glad you're okay.
You're strange.
I'm a little nervous. Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. An otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation.
The footage on screen is from Police Knots, a previous Kojima game. One of the posters on the wall is, too. It's one I plan on getting around to sometime, but I don't have a way to play the fan translation on original hardware yet. For now, it can go on the pile of maybe someday games. People sometimes accuse Kojima of just reading the first few sentences of Wikipedia articles and making a whole plot point around them, but games like Police Knots really show Kojima's dedication to getting the small details right. There's endless dialogue about the effect living in space has on people, and the small mechanics of occupying the game's fictional world.
You're right. We have to take responsibility. Science has always thrived on war. Greatest weapons of mass destruction were created by scientists who wanted to be famous. But that's all over now. I won't take part in murder anymore.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure, I know everything about this whole base. Ask me anything about Rex or about this place. Also, with this stealth camouflage, I can sneak in and out of the armory and mess hall. If you need ammo or rations, just tell me and I'll bring them to you.
This line doesn't actually mean anything. Outside of the scripted event in the torture cell, Otacon isn't capable of bringing you supplies. I don't know if it was a scrapped idea or just a setup for his later help busting you out of the cell, but he specifically mentions ammunition, so I assume the intention was originally to be able to call him for help in various locations. When preparing for a big boss run, it's a good idea to count up your items and compare them to what you could get later. For this, I'm tossing a chaff grenade to get past the gun cameras so I can grab 3 more, giving me a net gain of 2. You have to balance these decisions around how much time any individual pickup will cost you, so everyone's playthrough is going to look different based on what pickups you know are there and what you think you'll need. Funnily enough, the cameras have trouble shooting you when you're walking back, so it lets me save one of my grenades. You'll notice I press the elevator button twice. This causes it to appear instantly, otherwise it's mostly random. Punching Meryl alerts her to run to the bathroom, and I grab the box before triggering the cutscene. You can differentiate her from other guards by her smaller cone of vision on the radar on lower difficulties, and by her unique walk cycle, or the squeaky SpongeBob SquarePants noises she makes when she moves. Speaking of Police Knots, Meryl is a character in that game too. She even looks about the same. One oddity of Meryl's design in Metal Gear Solid is they went through the trouble of drawing her nipples being visible through her shirt. It's a little weird, especially when the camera zooms in on her chest. If you make it to the final stall in the washroom quick enough, for the duration of this cutscene she'll be in her underwear as well. There's a similar Easter egg in the vents above the cells that she and the DARPA chief are in. Crawling in and out of the vents multiple times and peering into her cell will show her doing various exercises. After the 3rd time, she'll be doing said exercises without pants for some reason.
After all, I was disguised as a genome soldier.
So why'd you change? You'd be a lot better off dressed like one of them.
I got tired of disguising myself.
There are a lot of weird, horny aspects of Metal Gear that crop up in the games every now and then. Least offensively in Metal Gear Solid 2, where they are depicted, but Raiden is chastised and looked down upon by Rose when he chooses to engage in them, like staring up the skirt of one of the female hostages, or spending excessive time in the ladies' washroom. And most offensively, arguably in the Phantom Pain, where a female character who has almost zero dialogue in the entire story is depicted wearing fetish clothes for reasons that Kojima assured the world are very real and legitimate, and not just an excuse to put dollar store jiggle physics on a 3D model of Stephanie Justin before having her be the victim of attempted rape.
I never fought for anyone but myself. I've got no purpose in life, no ultimate goal.
Come on.
It's only when I'm cheating death on the battlefield, the only time I feel truly alive.
Seeing other people die makes you feel alive, huh? You love war and don't want it to stop? Is it the same with all great soldiers throughout history?
Why didn't you contact me?
All of the dialogue in the washroom here has an echo to it, which is another one of those small detail moments. Metal Gear Solid is honestly incredibly impressive on a technical level. Of particular note are the real-time reflections in the bathroom mirror, which was a very rare graphical feature for the time, and even now to some extent. While other PlayStation games may have opted to utilize full-motion video and pre-rendered cutscenes to tell their stories while treating the gameplay visuals as a compromise to the hardware of the time, Metal Gear Solid sticks it to entirely in-engine graphics for the whole game. It's a good thing too, since the visuals are so pleasing to look at. Across the entire series, Metal Gear Solid 1 is probably the game that has the most well-executed art style, even if the resolution and overall fidelity is much lower than the later entries. One of my favorite details are the faces, which are textured on the polygons as opposed to the typical approach of layering sprites resembling facial features a la Tomb Raider. You don't get as much detail this way, and the eyes of every character are more of an implication than a rendered detail, but the decision really paid off, and Metal Gear Solid is considered pretty fondly in the graphical department.
In an underground maintenance base to the north.
Take me too. I know this place better than you do.
You'll just slow me down. You don't have enough battle experience.
I won't slow you down. I promise.
And what if you do?
Then you can shoot me.
I don't like to waste bullets.
Some of you who spent as much time researching and looking at photos of this game on the internet as I did would probably remember a very mysterious screenshot of Snake standing in the back of a truck with a face that more closely resembles that other graphical style I talked about. For the life of me, I can't find a primary source on that image, or any explanation of where it came from. You can see it and other screenshots of characters with redone texture work on the Amazon page for the PC port, and the most believable sounding explanation for their existence seems to be that the team behind the port was originally going to redo the textures for all the character models, but the work was scrapped. It's an unconfirmed rumor, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. Personally, I find the art style of the original game to be vastly superior, though getting to see these versions of the characters in action would be pretty cool.
Myself, afraid of having to make my own decisions in life. But I'm not gonna lie to myself anymore. It's time I took a long, hard look at myself. I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why I've lived the way I've lived until now. I want to know.
Take a good look. You won't get another chance for a while. You should wash your face, too, while you're at it.
Yeah.
This isn't a training exercise. Our lives are riding on this. There are no heroes or heroines. If you lose, you're worm food.
Yeah.
Is that FAMAS functional?
Unfortunately, it's out of ammo.
Where'd you get that Desert Eagle?
I found it in the armory. It's a 50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
Huh. So I got a leftover, huh? Isn't that gun a little big for a girl?
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Come on, use my 45.
Listen, I've used a gun like this since I was 8 years old. I'm more comfortable with it than I am with a bra. If we're gonna go to the north, we'll have to go through the commander's room on this floor. The overland route is blocked by glaciers. The door to the commander's room is security level 5. This card will open it. It was inside the pocket of the uniform I was wearing.
Looks like he must have been guarding someplace important.
Despite Meryl technically having a health bar on the UI, you really don't have to worry about her during gameplay. There's only one situation where she's really at risk of taking any non-mandatory damage. In terms of sections of Metal Gear games where you're accompanied by a female support character, this one tries to get out of your way and removes basically all obstacles you'd have to manage during normal play. Metal Gear Solid 2 would later completely invert this idea, and make the escort sequence with Emma intentionally frustrating and tedious to get under the player's skin. Metal Gear Solid 3 would go on to revolutionize the concept with Eva's escort section, allowing the player to make her strip, view her nipples via X-ray, and invade her privacy by flipping through her medical records, which are all features I most definitely want in my stealth action spy thriller.
What's wrong?
Don't come here, Snake.
I love this set of cutscenes. The music, post-processing effects, editing, and camera motion are all very effective at conveying the mental attack Mantis is exerting. And the way the camera slowly comes to a rest before Meryl says,
I'm fine.
is a great little touch.
Okay.
I'm also a particularly huge fan of the gas mask filter all of her lines are fed through while Mantis is controlling her.
Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
The game's genre effectively shifts pretty much just for this encounter, and it's clearly one of the more memorable ones as everyone and their dog knows about Psycho Mantis and the weird things he does to your game. When it comes to Metal Gear Solid's reach extending beyond the screen, this is the most obvious example of it. He'll read your memory card and vibrate your controller and judge your performance based on your stats. The fact that I have never once in my life had him tell me anything other than the assessment of my character you see in this video either speaks for its accuracy or its limitations. I can't decide which. Incidentally, when I finally purchased a vehicle as a result of needing one for work, I do now kick my tires before I leave as a ritual thanks to Mantis telling me that I seemed like the kind of guy who would do that. Surprisingly, I met someone who had never heard of the controller gimmick. I watched him play this part of the game and in real time deduced that he was supposed to switch the controller to the second port. That was a magical experience. In a similar vein to Meryl's frequency being given to you if you don't have access to the CD case, the usual trick of swapping the controller to port 2 can be bypassed by dying and calling the Colonel after he reveals the secret. Eventually, an option to shoot the Mantis busts is presented to you as an alternative, but it can only be performed upon failing to win the fight, so it's not something we'll be seeing here.
Why, I am the most powerful practitioner of psychokinesis and telepathy in the world. No, there's no need for words, Snake. I'm Psycho Mantis. That's right. This is no trick. It's true power. It's useless, I told you. I can read your every thought. Now let me read your mind. No, perhaps I should say your past. You are a very methodical man, the type that always kicks his tires before he leaves. You are a highly skilled warrior, well suited to this stealth mission. You are extremely careful of traps. You are either very cautious or you are a coward. Still don't believe me? Now I'll read more deeply into your soul. I can see into your mind. You like Castlevania, don't you? You have not said often. You are somewhat reckless. I can read you like an open book. You still don't believe me? I will show you my psychokinetic power. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good. Now I will move your controller by the power of my will alone. What do you think now? Can you feel my power now? The demonstration is over.
It's a good thing Psycho Mantis has such a great setup, because the actual fight itself is maybe the worst in the whole game. He's only got 2 attacks, really. throwing a psychic projectile and having some objects fly around the room. During the first pattern, he'll fly about invisibly, and you can use the triangle button to see the arena from his perspective, which allows you to ascertain his position and hit him. His second pattern can be completely nullified by simply going prone and only standing up to fire when the coast is clear. He oscillates between these two behaviors until his health gets low, upon which time he'll have multiple sets of objects flying simultaneously, which just means you're likely to have to wait longer to attack him. That's it. This is a very long fight, and there isn't much else for strategy, so I'm going to take this time to expand upon a topic I touched on briefly earlier. Psycho Mantis is an excellent example of a work of art using its physical form to convey a message, rather than sticking exclusively to what the hardware can read. I've often said that physical games are more than the data on the disc. There's a level of connection you have with a piece of media when it's a real, physical object in your hands that isn't present when just double-clicking on an abstract file on a screen. There's a tactile sensation to opening a jewel case, absorbing its cover art, scanning the back, feeling its weight in your hands, and taking in the presentation as the entire package unfolds before you. These are all vital elements to a game's experience, and they all occur before the console even powers on. I remember back when I found a complete boxed copy of the Black Label release of Final Fantasy VII, and cracking open the case for the first time. The background art of the jewel case interior actually extends onto the front cover of the manual, and shows an absolutely breathtaking shot of Eris standing in front of the Highwind against a crystal blue sky. That moment was maybe the first where I felt the game's presence truly pour into my heart, and now Final Fantasy VII is one of my favorite games ever made. I had tried the game prior to that, and it never really grabbed me until I had a real physical copy in my hands, despite me being able to recognize it as a classic. The rush of emotion I just described is completely lost if your only exposure to the game's extra-digital presentation is limited to hitting File, Run ISO, and then double-clicking on Final Fantasy VII NTSCU Disk 103.q. It would be ghoulish of me to suggest that people who don't have the means to play games on original hardware with real discs are somehow lesser, but there is most assuredly an aspect to the experience that is lost with every step taken further from the original state of a game. This is, importantly, not to be confused with the, quote, original intentions of the creators. It's impossible to know that for certain, and would be a ridiculous foundation to base a belief system on. I am not capable of knowing what a bunch of Japanese programmers from the 90s believed was the one and true way to experience a game like this, as I can't read minds and time travel. Additionally, it's not as though they're a hive mind who all believed the same stuff. That's why, when people accuse me of valuing the intentions of the developers, I firmly correct them. No, what I'm interested in is art how it was, how people of the era would have been able to experience it in the manner it was released. In effect, I want to mentally travel back in time to 1998 to retrieve as accurate a simulation of its presentation as possible. I value original hardware and using displays of the era so highly precisely because when doing that there are no questions. Everything I'm seeing, every success, failure, triumph, error, bug, and feature is exactly as it was. I don't have to worry if the port I'm playing screwed up the controls, or if the fan mod my friend told me to install is the cause of my distaste for the art style. There's a comfort I take in knowing for certain that, no, this is the game. No asterisks. As a brief digression to talk about gameplay for a moment, when Mantis puppets Meryl in the middle of the fight, he's still vulnerable, though attempting to shoot him can cause you to damage Meryl instead. If you knock her down with your 3-hit combo, Mantis will retaliate by throwing a projectile that can be tricky to dodge. I bypass this by simply repeatedly hitting Meryl with Snake's 1-2 punch. Back on topic, the Psycho Mantis boss fight is one of the greatest proofs I can point to for this. It's possible for an emulator to make your controller vibrate, it's effortless to click through menus to bind your button presses to a different port, and you can just copy as many save files to your memory card for the game to read as you want. But there's a different factor altogether when the software is sending its signals back through the hardware it's expecting you to have. If games are an effort of collaborative playing pretend with a lifeless piece of plastic, the knowledge that you're meeting it in good faith without facsimile brings that imagination to life. I tap on the hunk of plastic to make Snake move, but Mantis is making the hunk of plastic move just the same. We're equally engaging in the arbitrary act of pressing buttons, but his inputs are just going the other way. The only barrier between the two of us is the glass of my CRT. The context a game creates is what gives the arbitrary button presses meaning.
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
Thanks, Snake. I owe you one.
Now that Mantis is beaten, Meryl's brainwashing should wear off, right, Naomi?
Yes. But why did you go so far out of your way to save her? For Campbell's sake, or maybe it's because you like her?
I don't want to see any woman die right in front of me.
Oh, really? Since when did anybody's death bother you so much?
Naomi, it's true that Snake has killed a lot of people, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a heart.
It's okay, Colonel. She's right.
Psycho Mantis is the first member of Foxhound that Snake directly ends the life of, and it's fitting that his death scene is given so much time to sit. We get a lot of insight into his history and worldview that is maybe somewhat implausible given his wounds, but it works well enough. A fact anyone into Metal Gear as much as is required to watch this video already knows, or not if you're one of those weirdos who needs to fill every moment of silence with some form of audio distraction to the point where you'll listen to videos about subjects for which you have no interest, in which case, hello, is that Metal Gear Solid 1's thematic word of the day is gene. Genetics have a large place in this game's story, and every character responds to being confronted with the big questions relating to it a little differently. Most obviously, Solid Snake tries to ignore his genetic connections and self-actualizes as his own man shaped by experience. Liquid buys into the fiction of genes controlling your destiny, and ultimately succumbs to his genetic fate at the hands of Foxdie. Meryl wants to understand the perspective of the person she believes to be her father, and in doing so jumps headfirst into a scenario she isn't emotionally ready to handle, thematically because she doesn't understand the truth of her lineage, but literally speaking because she's an overconfident rookie. Sniper Wolf will later describe how her being born a Kurd enveloped her in a brutal war that shaped the path she took in life. Mantis takes the approach of simply despising the concept from the ground up. He is filled with hate that people seek to reproduce, to pass on their genetic identities to offspring. Mantis's father despised and blamed him for his wife's death. His experience with genes is death caused by its nature, which happens to be the root of all suffering in his life. His familial relationships split between pain and hatred, so it's no wonder Mantis grew to loathe what made him.
And that's why there is war. But you are different. You're the same as us. We have no past, no future. We live in the moment. That's our only purpose. Humans weren't designed to bring each other happiness. From the moment we're thrown into this world, we're fated to bring each other nothing but pain and misery.
Meryl is clearly troubled by the way Mantis describes his life and his view of the world. It really speaks to Snake's character that he wants Meryl to stay quiet while Mantis pours his heart out. He may be a monster, partly by choice and partly by circumstance, but telling him off, lording any sort of moral high ground over him, that's not going to help anything. He has already been defeated physically. He's not capable of harming anyone anymore. To attempt to defeat him ideologically at this point would be a waste of the time Mantis has left, and his unique perspective on the world would be gone forever. Shades of Metal Gear Solid 4. Snake has probably seen dozens of people die meaninglessly both on and off the battlefield who never got to choose their last words with such care and slip away peacefully. He may be a warrior, but he doesn't want to see people suffer, which is why he sits his ass down and listens to the self-aware magic zombie Russian. Sorry, I felt the need to bring us back down to earth after getting all high concept on you twice back to back.
The world is a more interesting place with people like you in it. I never agreed with the boss's revolution. His dreams of world conquest do not interest me. I just wanted an excuse to kill as many people as I could.
You monster.
Let him talk. He doesn't have much time left.
I've seen through evil. You, Snake, you're just like the boss. No, you're worse. Compared to you, I'm not so bad. I read her mind as well.
Meryl's?
I saw you there. You have a large place in your heart.
A large place?
Yes, a large place. But I do not know if your futures lie together. I have a last request.
What is it?
My mask. Put it back on.
Okay.
Like this, other people's thoughts force their way into my mind. Before I die, I want to be by myself. I want to be left alone in my own world. I'll open the door for you. If you want to find your future, go through that door. This is the first time I've ever used my power to help someone. It's strange. It feels kind of nice.
Let's go, Meryl.
I'm sorry.
Meryl?
How could I let Mantis control my mind like that?
If you're gonna doubt yourself, I'll leave you here.
You're right.
Never doubt yourself. Just let it make you stronger. Learn something from it.
You're right. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Snake, can I ask you something?
What?
About what Mantis said. I was just wondering.
What? What's the problem now?
Oh, no, nothing. So, tell me, Snake. What's your name? Your real name.
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Any family?
No, but I was raised by many people.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
So you are all alone. Just like Mantis said.
Other people just complicate my life. I don't like to get involved.
You're a sad, lonely man.
Come on, let's go.
Could there be wolves in there?
Wolf dogs. Half wolf, half husky.
How do you know so much?
I ride dog sleds. I'm a musher.
Like the gun cameras, being spotted by the wolf dogs in the cave ahead doesn't register as an alert in your stats, and good thing too, since it can be very difficult to evade their sight. It's still advisable to do so, however, since their attacks are fast and damaging. We'll only have to navigate through the cave once, fortunately, since return trips all offer various methods of bypassing hostility entirely. I wait in the crawl space until I see its back is turned before dashing straight through to the next area of the cave, and I duck into the southern alcove to grab some diazepam, which will prove useful during the coming boss fight. It is by sheer luck I didn't get hit there.
Snake, what's wrong? I thought you were good with dogs.
Striking Meryl with a punch will prompt her to order one of the wolf dogs to attack you, but if you immediately hide in a cardboard box, she'll have a dog pee on it instead. It's one of the reasons I went out of my way to grab Box B in the Warhead storage building. It makes traveling back through the cave much safer.
This place is mine. I'll take point again. Stay back, okay?
But the radar isn't working. And since we can't use the mine detector either...
Leave it to me.
There are only actually, I think, 3 mines in this area, and Meryl's route is well known to be comically unnecessary since you can just run straight ahead from the starting position. However, that's not really the point. The actual challenge comes from when Wolf begins firing you, and Snake needs to navigate the minefield while under attack in reverse without the footprints to guide you.
So, what do you think? Pretty good, huh?
How did you know where the mines were?
It sounds weird, but when Mantis dove into my mind, I was able to see where the mines were placed. Are you impressed?
Well, a little bit.
Only a little?
Meryl!
What is it?
Meryl, get down! Meryl!
On one hand, I want to say that it's excessively grandiose for Meryl to be speaking as she does during this scene, considering her and Snake have known each other for about an hour and only met in person maybe 20 minutes ago. But on the other hand, the dialogue and presentation of this scene is effective enough to where it isn't really all that noticeable. I find that having extensive experience with games helps in this regard, as seasoned players are likely to mentally adjust for the inherent time compression video games have to contend with. We're used to seeing stories play out with odd chronology because oftentimes the gameplay and the story have a clear disconnect and the former is abstracted. Think something along the lines of the amusing idea that in Uncharted, Nathan Drake getting shot and taking damage during gameplay isn't considered to be literal, but rather a representation of hundreds of close calls or grazing shots, and that only damage taken in a cutscene is canon. I think that's ridiculous because games like Siphon Filter already contextualize such an idea with an actual mechanic, that being its danger meter. As Gabe, the player character, is out in the open and getting shot at, the danger meter fills up. It's only once that meter is full that he's actually capable of being struck by a bullet, which is much more lethal than gunfire in games is usually portrayed as. In effect, the danger meter serves as sort of a pseudo-cinematic health bar to give you a margin of error before you get shot. Perhaps it's a symptom of games still not being a mature enough art form to tell these kinds of action stories with confidence that we feel the need to abstract away the literal events being portrayed on screen as though we're crafting a fan theory about a dream sequence. Make no mistake, video games are my favorite medium of art by far, and even given the great strides Metal Gear Solid made in taking them from regular art to high art, there are still a great many weaknesses we've yet to iron out. This kind of early medium shortcoming isn't unique to games by any means. We just haven't seen it in a long time. Film used to suffer from audience trust issues as well. My favorite example being that if a character got into a car to travel somewhere, rather than just cutting directly to the next scene, audiences required that the camera actually show the car wheels spinning on screen to indicate that the vehicle was driving somewhere, to avoid coming to the obviously much more reasonable conclusion that said character simply teleported directly to the second location. These are growing pains, and it's up to us to correct them if we want to push the medium forward. Naomi's hostility towards Snake becomes incredibly apparent around this part of the game. Him showing compassion for Meryl grinds against the image she's built up in her head of Snake being an emotionless killing machine. That view will slowly be broken down throughout the rest of the story until Naomi develops a respect for him, and Snake reciprocates by comforting her over the death of Frank Yeager at the end of the game. The way Naomi's character arc is viewed through the lens of the game's genetic focus approach is excellent, and I look forward to talking about it when we're closer to its conclusion. This begins the first of Metal Gear Solid's noteworthy backtracking sequences. We have to run all the way back to the second floor basement of the tank hangar to retrieve a PSG-1 sniper rifle in order to engage Wolf in this arena. You can technically defeat her using other methods as well, like punching, but that requires going through the game learning glitches and hacks, which isn't something I plan on doing for this challenge run. The cardboard boxes can technically be used as a method of quote-unquote fast travel, but only via the 3 trucks located on the heliport, warhead storage, and snowfield, none of which are conveniently located to utilize. You would think that it would be useful to get into the warhead storage truck and go back to the heliport, but since you'd have to crawl through the vents again just to get to the elevator in the tank hangar, it's honestly just faster to run back through the way you came. It's largely a holdover from the previous Metal Gear games, and it's a cute mechanic, but ultimately I've never once found it to be essential. The cardboard boxes are much more effective at hiding from guards and dogs anyway. Backtracking is often maligned from a structural point of view, and I can definitely see why. It can be tiring to have to retread old ground, especially when you hit a roadblock and are forced to turn around right away. This sequence is interesting to me, however. It's a point where there's a boss encounter waiting for you whenever you're ready to tackle it, and you're given unlimited time and opportunity to return to the rest of the Shadow Moses facility to prepare. It's interesting that the catalyst for this setup is the sniper duel, as Metal Gear Solid 3 would later echo it with The End, whose fight you can walk away or be taken from at any time to gather more equipment and supplies. Both are also followed by a long ascent up to higher terrain. Odd. Some of the rooms you're required to maneuver through to get the PSG-1 are remixed with various changes. The canyon has claymore mines and gun cameras, and some areas have new patrol routes or different guards. To my mind, while I definitely don't mind backtracking as much as some, I do always appreciate new twists being thrown in to make the old environments feel less repetitive. That's probably the least controversial thing I've ever said. I'm sure there are faster ways through the canyon than what I'm showing here, but this one is consistent and easy to figure out, so I just hugged the left wall all the way to the end. Fortunately, the cargo door lasers have been disabled, as navigating them 4 or 5 times would be an exhausting experience. The return to the armory is one of the most challenging sneaking rooms in the entire game. It took me a lot of trial and error to find a route and timings that allowed me to slip through here unnoticed without taking out any of the guards. By the end of the game, I run right up to that 25 kill limit, so I had to spare anyone I could. Crawling through the lasers to grab the sniper rifle is always a nerve-wracking experience. That barrel laying on its side makes the whole affair really complicated, and it's easy to make a small error in movement and trigger an alert. I keep myself pressed as far north on this wall as possible to prevent the guard that comes up from the south from seeing me. Any closer to the open corner and you'll get spotted on extreme difficulty. It's very lucky that the elevator appeared instantly. If it delays, you'll almost certainly be detected before getting to hit the button and escape. I was having a surprising amount of difficulty with the first sniper wolf fight on this playthrough. In fact, it was going so poorly that I opted to turn around and go back to the commander's room to grab some extra diazepam. It's why you'll see me whip around and voluntarily backtrack during the already mandatory backtracking sequence. As fate would have it, the successful attempt went so well that I had some to spare by the time I beat the boss. I'll admit it, by this point in the playthrough I was getting pretty exhausted. What you're seeing is footage recorded from the third or fourth time I had completed Metal Gear Solid within a very short time span, and the second time I had attempted this entire run from beginning to end. I'll elaborate on the specifics of how long individually troublesome segments took as they come up, but suffice to say that in the time leading up to this recording, I was playing a lot of Metal Gear Solid. Sniper Wolf might be the boss whose strategy for a no damage run had changed the most between my casual playthroughs and this one. It can be incredibly difficult to contest Wolf's aim if you're trying to play it like a shooting gallery, as she can aim and let off a shot much faster than you can. I play very conservatively here for the most part, and once I'm not confident I'm able to keep an eye on her, I hop back into cover and watch for where she moves. It's safest to pop out while she's behind the pillar, and if you're not particularly concerned with getting the fight over quickly, you can just wait out the whole encounter very effectively. This is the first instance where I opened the item window to pause buffer the game. Releasing and then immediately re-holding the L2 or R2 buttons to open the item or weapon selection window respectively will allow me to advance the game state by a single frame if my timing is good, so I can have as much time as I need to react to Wolf popping out from cover. The extra PSG-1 ammunition I pick up here would normally come in handy, but later I sort of squander it in a way that has a lot of knock-on effects for later in the run. Overall, I get to show off more of the game that way, but it's a shame my playthrough didn't go absolutely flawlessly. At least there's room for improvement.
Don't move!
It's hard to miss when you're this close.
Now, Sniper Wolf's character model is one that I think about a lot, and probably not for the reason you think. Pay close attention to her face in this scene and the next. For some bizarre reason I cannot understand, her face model changes for only the time she appears in the torture room. It can be hard to see, but trust me, it's a very weird sight once you do. As far as I can tell, this quirk only exists in the original PlayStation releases of the game. The PC version and Japanese Integral re-release use the first head model for all of Wolf's cutscenes, which is good, as the one the original version uses in the torture room looks quite bad. I don't think it's possible to view this as anything other than a genuine mistake that they fixed in the later versions of the game. It's likely they accidentally used an older model of Sniper Wolf when initially animating the cutscene, and perhaps forgot to fix it, though I can't say for sure. Sniper Wolf is funny. She's like a weird, horny roleplayer who runs into a guy doing a casual Solid Snake cosplay and feels the need to do her whole thing the second she sees him. She introduces herself with a one-liner, she leaves a mark on Snake, and not in the fun way, and she sticks her hand down his pants in the torture room. She'd probably have a Tumblr account.
Take him away.
Don't kill me yet. I'm too alive. Leave it to me. I want no more excellence like that dog, Chief.
Yes, he's my target. Mine alone.
In this cutscene, there's an optional line from Ocelot that you won't be hearing in this playthrough. If you look back and forth a whole bunch, Ocelot will say, "Forget it, your body is strapped down tight," after the first part of Liquid's spiel.
Do you know who I am? I always knew that one day I would meet you. The man who stole what was rightly mine. The man who stole my birthright. Me? I'm the man you stole everything good from. And now, after the sacrifice of our brothers, after 30 long years, finally, the two of us meet. The brother of light and the brother of dark.
a sample while he's still alive. We need it to correct the genome soldier's mutations.
Then we'll be able to cure them?
No. We still have to get our hands on Big Boss's DNA.
Have they given in to our demands yet?
Not yet.
They won't give in. They're all hypocrites, every one of them.
Is that your opinion as a Kurd?
They always put politics first.
That's right. That's why they want to avoid any leak about their precious new nuclear weapon.
Boss, it looks like our friend is awake.
There definitely is a resemblance, don't you think, little brother?
Liquid and Snake do have more or less the exact same face model, which is cool. In Metal Gear Solid 2, Solid Snake and Solidus Snake also have the same basic face.
Sons of Big Boss.
Speaking of faces, you can see Wolf's odd face in the cutscene here. It's missing eyebrows, the shape is different, and it doesn't even match her body's skin tone. It's very strange.
All right, Raven. I'll be right there. They're not responding to our demands. We launched the first one in 10 hours as planned.
Damn Americans.
Looks like you read them wrong.
Something's funny. Normally the Americans are the first ones to the negotiating table. They must think they've got something up their sleeves.
So it's come down to it, has it? We're going to launch that nuke and ride it all the way into history.
I've got to take care of some launch preparations. You're in charge here, Ocelot.
What about you? Want to stay for the show?
I'm not interested. It's time to feed the family.
So you prefer your wolves to my show, huh?
Ocelot, don't screw up like you did with the chief.
Yes, I know. That was an accident. I didn't think a pencil pusher like him would be so tough.
Well, his mental defenses were reinforced by hypnotherapy.
Boss, what about that ninja?
He's killed 12 men. Whoever he is, he's some kind of lunatic.
Bastard took my hand. How could he have gotten in here?
Perhaps there's a spy among us. Mantis is dead. We've also got to find out what killed Baker and Octopus.
If you're paying attention as a first-time player, this is the first time Octopus has been mentioned, and it's in post-mortem. It might prompt you to start thinking about who this character, who is a master of disguise, could have been that died. Him being mentioned right next to Baker should be an obvious tip-off about his identity, but I like that the game saves that reveal for much later.
Your woman is still in this world.
Meryl.
Catch you later, handsome.
Once she picks a target, she doesn't think about anything else. Sometimes she even falls in love with them before she kills them. Finally, just the two of us. How are you feeling?
Not bad. Caught a nice nap on this revolving bed of yours. Too bad I was sleeping alone.
Glad to hear that. This is some bed, all right. I'm about to show you some of its nicer features.
Where are my things?
Oh, don't worry. They're all there. Washington was taking quite a chance sending you here. Someone must have had a lot of faith in your skill, huh, carrier boy?
So, Metal Gear's armed with a new type of nuclear warhead, huh?
Why don't you go ask Campbell for the full story?
The Colonel.
By the way, you got an optical disc from President Baker, didn't you?
What if I did?
Is that the only disc? There's no other data?
What do you mean?
There's no copy? If not, that's fine.
Is Meryl okay?
She's not dead yet. Wolf must have been feeling generous. But if you want her to stay that way, you better start answering my questions right now. You were holding one card key. Where are the other two? What's the trick behind that key?
Trick?
That weasel of a president said there's some kind of trick to using the key.
Oh, I love that. It seems at first that Ocelot is getting frustrated and letting some information slip, but really he's trying to drop hints for Snake to follow and input the detonation code.
We'll find out what kind of man you really are.
This is one of his best scenes. He's playing the role as a spy perfectly, and him working on his own objectives while making it appear he's only concerned with what Liquid wants. He's not as wild and wacky as he'll become in later games, but for a homicidal, bandolier-wearing Russian cowboy, he is a very believable threat. There's a missing line here that was cut from Ocelot's dialogue. He originally recited a factoid about the French and torture, which is what prompts Snake to say, "But I never heard that before." Unfortunately, they only cut Ocelot's line and missed Snake's response, so the result ends up kind of strange. Naturally, we'll be submitting to the torture as soon as possible to avoid the damage it inevitably deals to you. Sorry, Meryl, but the challenge is way more important. I generally prefer the cutscenes for the Otacon ending anyway, so despite how non-canon this is, I think it's a stronger story.
Why don't you just give up? I'm going to run a high-voltage electric current through your body. If it's just for a short time, it won't kill you.
But I never heard that before.
You're a tough guy, Snake. But I've got some bad news for you. You're no POW. You're a hostage. There's no Geneva Convention. No one is coming to save you. Starting to feel a little scared. Good. You should be. Okay, let's get started. Okay, here we go.
You win.
Had enough? So, you're human after all. The torture will stop as I promised. But I'll take the woman in return. I'll have my fun with her before I kill her.
Meryl.
I hope you can still look at yourself in the mirror, my friend.
Huh? Looks like I got a roommate. The DARPA chief? What a stench.
Like in the DARPA chief's prison cell, you can crouch down to get an alternate camera angle on his body, and there are maggots crawling all over him. I don't know why I find this detail so fascinating. It's just funny that both aspects are present for both times you encounter a DARPA chief corpse. A lot of hubbub gets made about whether autofire or turbo actually works in this game, and whether or not Ocelot can detect it or do something about you using it. You can look online, but every answer you see will be different. Anything from "it just doesn't work" to "it works fine" to "Ocelot pulls out a gun and shoots Snake" to "Hideo Kojima personally walks into your house and smashes your PlayStation with a comically oversized rubber mallet." I wanted to know for sure, and to make my test as accurate as possible, I acquired a relatively popular third-party PS1 controller with both turbo and autofire functionality that was sold before the release of Metal Gear Solid and gave it a whirl. What you're seeing on screen now is the result of that footage. The game does indeed seem to detect the presence of the controller and does something to disrupt the inputs, making most of its button presses completely ineffective on both turbo and autofire mode. You can survive for a bit of time using it, but there's no way to make it through the whole thing. I actually thought the controller I got was broken at first, and it took testing it out on a completely different game to find out it wasn't. I guess that means the countermeasure was a success. This is my favorite codec call in the game, and I don't have much to say until the end of the prison cell, so I'll let it play out in full. Keep in mind all the dramatic aspects of the game's presentation I've mentioned up to now, because this is a scene where almost all of them come together. It's amazing how much detail they were able to squeeze out of these incredibly low-resolution images.
Had not been briefed about the Rex project.
Need-to-know basis, is that the idea?
These are sensitive times. Even subcritical nuclear tests are causing quite a stir.
Plausible deniability, huh?
Yes. And tomorrow, the president and his Russian counterpart are scheduled to sign the START 3 Accord.
I get it. That's the reason for the deadline.
That's right, Snake. And that's why we can't let this terrorist attack go public.
We still haven't even ratified START 2 or dealt with the issue of TMDs. This has to do with the president's reputation and America's place as the dominant superpower.
So patriotism is your excuse for circumventing the Constitution?
Please, Snake. Just stop them.
Why should I?
Because you're the only one who can.
In that case, tell me the truth about this new type of nuclear warhead.
I told you before, I don't know the details.
I don't believe you. If the situation is so serious, why don't you give in to their demands? Let them have Big Boss's remains.
You see,
Or is there some reason that you can't do that? Something you haven't told me about.
Publicly, the president has been very vocal in his opposition to eugenics experiments. We don't want the existence of the genome army to go public.
And that's the only reason? Huh. Hell with you.
I'm sorry.
The corpse of the DARPA chief is lying right here next to me.
Oh man.
But it's strange. He looks and smells like he's been dead for days. All his blood's been drained out too.
Drained.
Maybe to slow down decomposition?
I have no idea.
But the chief only died a few hours ago, right?
Right, but he's already started to decompose.
What could it all be about?
Something in his blood that they wanted?
I doubt it. Just the nanomachines in the transmitter.
Did the chief tell them his detonation code?
I'm afraid so. It looks like they've got both codes and are nearly ready to launch.
Damn. Is there any way to prevent it?
It seems that there's some type of emergency override device that can cancel out the detonation code. It's a countermeasure that Arms Tech installed secretly. You have to unlock it with 3 special card keys.
And where are those keys?
I've got one of them. I don't know where the other 2 are. Besides, I'm locked up here.
We've got no choice. Forget about the keys. Your top priority now is to destroy Metal Gear itself. I'm sorry to have to lay it all in your lap, but you're all I've got. Bust out of there and get to the communications tower.
Naomi, please talk to me. Say something to take my mind off the pain.
What can I say?
Anything.
I'm not a very good talker.
Please. Tell me about yourself.
Myself? That's a tough one.
Any family?
That's not a happy topic for me.
I don't have any family. No. Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand.
Big Boss.
What? Big Boss? I had no idea.
There was no way you could. It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth of what happened there.
So, is it true? Was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I know.
And you were able to kill him, knowing that?
Yup.
How?
He wanted it. Besides, some people just need killing.
That's patricide.
Yup. That's the trauma that Mantis was talking about. The one we share in common.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's just say that I needed to be alone for a while, and Alaska was the perfect place.
Snake. I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school. We weren't even blood related, and he was much older than me.
Where is he?
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
Snake, is there a woman in your life?
After you've been through as many wars as me, it's hard to trust anyone.
Friends?
Roy Campbell.
You're still calling me friend?
Is that it?
No. There was another. Frank Yeager.
What?
Big Boss's most trusted lieutenant, and the only member of Foxhound ever to receive the code name Fox. Gray Fox.
I learned a lot from him.
But didn't you try to kill each other?
It's true. We did, in Zanzibar. But it was nothing personal. We were just professionals on opposite sides, that's all.
And you still call yourself friends?
Hard to believe. War is no reason to end a friendship.
That's insane.
I first met him on the battlefield. He was being held a prisoner of outer heaven, but he didn't look like a prisoner to me. He was always so cool and precise. I was still green, and he showed me the ropes.
You knew him well?
No. We never talked about our personal lives. Sort of an unwritten rule. The next time I saw him on the battlefield, we were enemies. We were fighting barehanded in a minefield. I know it sounds strange to most people, but we were just two soldiers doing our jobs. It's like a sport.
Men in their games. You're like wild animals.
You're right. We are animals.
So if you were friends, then how do you explain the ninja's behavior?
I don't know.
It's your genes. They make you predisposed towards violence.
You really like talking about genes, Naomi. Why did you get into genetic research anyway?
I never knew who my parents were, or even what they looked like. I guess I got into genetics because I wanted to figure out why I am the way I am.
So you studied about DNA?
Yeah. I thought if I studied my genetic structure, I'd find out who I really was. I thought that by analyzing a person's genetic information, I could retrieve the blank spots in that person's memory.
Memory is stored in DNA?
We're not sure, but we know that a person's genetic fate is determined just by the sequence of the 4 bases in their DNA.
So what about my fate? You know my DNA sequence, don't you?
Your fate? I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Of course not. You're a scientist, not a fortune teller.
Revisiting that call after finishing the game and learning all of the spoilers, it's hard not to get a little emotional at Snake and Naomi's interaction here. A fun detail is that she'll also cause the controller to vibrate if you're using a DualShock to massage your mashing arm.
I'm here.
Where?
It's me.
Otacon.
Wow, they even captured you.
Hurry, get me out of here.
Let me go. That hurts.
Snake's pretty desperate and still doesn't really respect Otacon as a person yet, so pushing him to endanger himself to take out Johnny in order to bust open the cell door comes off as a little cruel. It's definitely a low point in their blooming friendship.
Yeah, it's the DERPA chief.
You don't hurry up and get me out of here, I'll be laying next to him.
Those bastards. This lock won't open with a security card. You need a key like the soldiers carry.
So what are you doing here then?
I thought you might be hungry. If you need more food, I can bring some more later. Also, I got you this level 6 card. It'll get you out of that torture room. Here, take this too.
What's this?
It's a handkerchief. I got it from Sniper Wolf.
Why?
I don't know why, but she's nice to me.
Sounds like Stockholm Syndrome to me.
I was taking care of the dogs here. After the terrorists took over, they were planning to shoot all the dogs. But Sniper Wolf stopped them. She even let me feed them when I asked. She likes dogs. She must be a good person. Please don't hurt her.
Wake up, you idiot. She's the one who shot Meryl.
Well,
I like how, when Snake starts berating Otacon for his affection towards Sniper Wolf, he backs off and the camera keeps his eyes just out of frame. I know this is like obvious cinematography 101 stuff, but it really should be emphasized just how much of a leap forward this was presentation-wise for video game cutscenes. It's hard to pin down a game made before Metal Gear Solid that really went whole hog on trying to evoke cinematic language.
oh jeez, he's coming back. See you later.
Wait!
You can escape the torture cell in a number of ways. While you can have a maximum alert number of 4, technically only 3 are mandatory during normal play. You can escape the cell choosing either to kill Johnny or get spotted by him and run away. Methods including lying down in the ketchup Otacon gives you to play dead, waiting like a million years for Grey Fox to cut the door open for you, or hiding under the bed. I'll be using the bed strategy because it's really consistent and I don't gotta get Snake's nipples all saucy. Since I don't plan on getting any more alerts for the rest of the game, and I really need every optional kill I can spare, Johnny will live to fight another day during this playthrough. Akiba haters in shambles. The reason I don't get spotted by Johnny here is because he isn't capable of triggering an alert during the animation of him crouching under the bed. You get plenty of time to crawl through his face and grab him. Maybe the most Snake-like thing Snake actually does in the game. On the subject of Johnny and Metal Gear Solid 4, I know there are some people who really hated that Johnny's lack of nanomachines was caused by his hatred of needles, but honestly that was incredibly refreshing to hear when I first played it. Personally, it irritates me when a would-be checkmate is undone by a character having some unmentioned knowledge developed off-screen, used to make choices that are mostly intended to surprise the audience. Johnny's reasoning for avoiding the mandatory injections is down-to-earth, human, and relatable. I can totally buy that this guy doesn't want to get stabbed by a syringe more than I can him having some crazy hunch he decided to just never bring up until now. Stuff like that is why I've never cared much for JoJo either, since that's the idea pretty much the entire series is built around. Coming up is the race up the communications tower, and I want to do some last-minute checks to make sure I have all the gear I need, because it's a section that frankly made me nervous when considering a no-damage run without special items. I was pretty sure I already got the stun grenades in the southern room here, but I needed to double-check. I'm not exactly sure what causes Snake to catch a cold, and it's been many years since I've got one in this game. Regardless, I'd rather not get screwed without the medicine, so I grab it here just in case. Equipping the handkerchief Otacon gave us in the prison cell makes running through here much faster than the cardboard box, so the box will only see use in one more area of the game. In the VR missions, it's actually really useful, as a lot of them require you to pass through cameras that pan back and forth. It's a shame there aren't any more sections of the game dedicated to all the different ways the mechanics can be used, because the VR missions included in the main menu and later built into their own separate release were excellent. In fact, playing through the VR missions expansion and getting 100% completion was a large part of what inspired me to make this video in the first place. You can really see the depth of gameplay the sneaking system in Metal Gear Solid 1 has when you're given all these unique challenges. I highly recommend it for anyone who thinks there wasn't quite enough gameplay in the first game. Unfortunately, a lot of the cool things you can do in that game aren't really applicable when going for a no-damage big boss run. Strapping C4 to soldiers' backs, navigating the Nikita through tight obstacles, solving murder mysteries, and launching rockets at Genome Kaiju won't be happening today. I think one of the best things a game can do to create engaging gameplay scenarios is to build interesting terrain. differences in elevation, tight or open spaces, environmental obstacles, hazards and floor types, etc. The VR missions really went wild with the spaces that were used for the gameplay in a way that the main game wasn't able to do. In fact, arguably one of the weakest aspects of Metal Gear Solid is that almost all the sneaking takes place on what is effectively a 2D plane, without much risk of being spotted by people above or below you, and environmental hazards are virtually non-existent. As Shadow Moses is currently, it wouldn't look right to have searchlights or wet floors everywhere, but maybe with a second pass on room design we could have seen some areas rebuilt to accommodate the more interesting obstacles present in the engine. But, as the game is, the sneaking is simple but fast and satisfying, which is all it really needs to be.
I'm sorry. Listen to me. I wasn't able to protect her.
Snake, it's okay. You did what you could. Now, let it rest.
Colonel,
She joined up of her own free will. I'm sure she was prepared for this.
no. You're wrong. Meryl thought she had to become a soldier. Thought it was the only way. She said she thought it would bring her closer to her dead father.
She said that?
She wasn't ready for real combat. I shouldn't have pushed her so hard. It's all my fault.
That's not like you, Snake.
Master, what is it?
Sorry for eavesdropping, but I just couldn't listen anymore.
Master.
Snake, you can have regrets if you want to. It's only natural. But you can't keep attacking yourself for things that happened in the past. That road leads to madness. Believe me.
He's right. Don't kick yourself. It doesn't suit a legend like you. And besides that, for all we know, Meryl's okay, right?
Mei Ling.
Snake, forget about Meryl. Stop Liquid. That's what Meryl would want too.
You're right. Meryl would say the same thing.
Snake,
What?
Meryl. She's pretty special to you, huh?
Yes, she's special. There aren't many women like her around.
That's not what I meant.
She's the Colonel's niece and a combat buddy.
Is that all? Come on.
This is like a police interrogation.
No, I just...
I guess it's in the genes.
Genes? What are you talking about, Colonel?
No, I just remembered about Naomi's grandfather. I think Naomi said he rose as high as assistant secretary in the FBI during Edgar Hoover's time.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, he was Japanese, and he became a special undercover investigator to nab the mafia.
When was that?
Oh, sometime in the 50s, I guess.
Where?
New York, I think.
Naomi, I thought you didn't have any family.
Well, I researched it after I became an adopt. My grandfather was already dead by the time I learned about him. I never even had the chance to meet him.
Oh,
Snake, good luck.
watch your back, Snake.
The tower can be a nightmare. It's possible to get up the whole thing without taking damage or using many stun grenades, but it's very difficult and you need to be a little bit lucky. I'd say this set piece is where the no damage run shifts from being a pretty straightforward and fun challenge into a true gauntlet, where strategies need to be solidified and early game prep work needs to be completed to have any chance of success. For lower ranks, it's fine to just shoot these two guys and run, but for a big boss rank, I need to get them out of the way non-lethally if I can. I drop a claymore the moment they appear, and fortunately that doesn't do enough damage to kill them, but it still knocks them down for long enough to let me run up the stairs. This entire sequence is going to succeed or fail based on when you choose to throw stun grenades, so there's really not much to say about it. If you're looking to do this yourself, you can follow my example or create your own timing, as the guards here are in more or less the same spots every single time. This door is actually pretty noteworthy. In 2021, a Twitch streamer named Boba was streaming herself playing Metal Gear Solid for the first time, and, by chance, happened to stand in front of this door just before being shot. This caused Snake to be knocked back, and apparently clipped through the door, which the game registered as him going through it. This skipped almost the entire run up the tower, and the rappelling section back down it. Now, for speedrunning, this is a huge deal. It saves multiple minutes and immediately led to someone setting a new untied world record. That's great for people who care, but then something weird happened. In articles about the situation, it was stated by Boba herself that she had asked the skip to be named Kevin, which is a funny and unusual name for a glitch. However, the Metal Gear speedrunning community had already taken to calling the glitch Boba Skip. Initially, this had rubbed me the wrong way, because it looked like this group of people, primarily consisting of a bunch of gamer dudes, stole the typically once-in-a-lifetime chance to name a glitch you find, and replaced it with a much more standard and less interesting moniker. As a brief aside, it's not as though naming a glitch you discover something strange is unusual. Glitches like glitzer popping in Pokemon have weird names because one of the people behind its discovery simply wanted it to have a weird name. It wouldn't even make searching for it all that difficult, as, despite the fact that the glitch is not called that anymore, searching up Metal Gear Solid Kevin actually brings up articles about the story just fine. Admittedly listed after the fan wiki page for the actual character Kevin from Metal Gear Rising. However, the truth is actually a fair bit more complicated than that. I reached out to Boba during the creation of this video for comment, and she was kind enough to reply. She stated that when she originally called the glitch Kevin, she was, quote, unfamiliar with speedrunning in general and didn't want to come across as conceited, especially as a casual player not speedrunning the game. She was happy that the community started calling it Boba Skip, both because it was appreciated that a glitch was named after her, and also because it cleared up that worry about having something like that named after yourself. As part of my research process for this video, I stopped by the Metal Gear speedrunning community Discord server and chatted a bit with some of the members there. All the people I spoke to were incredibly nice, and Boba made it clear that her interactions went much the same way. It's clear to me that there wasn't any sort of malicious intent behind using a different name for the glitch than the one she requested. Lastly, Boba wanted to make it known that discovering a glitch that's become so important to a popular game's speedrun has been an amazing experience, and she's happy to see how much of a reach it's had. She also said she wanted to recommend that everybody take some time to appreciate speedrunning a little more. Her experience has led her to look more closely at an activity she previously didn't have much of an interest in. I've come to think something similar. Prior to making this video, I held a pretty low opinion of speedrunning in general, but it seems as though at every turn, the world has done its best to change my mind on that. You should all go check out Boba on Twitch. She seems like a cool person, and I'm very thankful for her contribution to this project. In terms of difficulty during the no damage run, this was a massive spike. It's no exaggeration to say that completing this took me 3 hours of straight attempts on my first go-around. It can be hard to manipulate Liquid into firing where you want him to, and you need to time your jumps correctly to do so. Moving fast, alternating from left to right, and constantly moving downwards are key. However, it's important not to move too fast, since you can slam into one side of the tower and ricochet to a place you might not want to be. In all my years playing this game, I've never once found a use for holding circle to walk along the wall. Maybe if you really screw up your positioning, but you're not really at risk of dying in this section, and a no damage run will require a faster strategy anyway. There are better ways of dealing with the guards here than what I'm showing, but this method is the one I found that got me through this. You can actually just run straight towards them and dodge their gunfire or huck a few stun grenades to get through without injury, but after the repelling section I wasn't up for taking risks, nor did I have the stun grenades to spare, since I'll need my last one for the elevator fight ahead. I missed the 3 sniper shots on the last guard here, and that has a surprisingly massive amount of consequence for the rest of the run, since I have to finish him off with a Nikita. Snake forcibly stops moving here, and you'd be forgiven for thinking it's about to kick off a cutscene, but no. You need to keep running or you'll get hit. It's kind of annoying. It's unnecessary to try the elevator first, as running down and back up the stairs is enough to trigger the cutscene with Otacon.
Don't shoot! It's me, don't shoot!
It gets a lot of flack for the love blooming on the battlefield line, but despite the light flavoring of cheese, I really appreciate this moment between these two. Snake is almost like a gentle philosopher in this scene, a wise man who sees past the violence of war and could look at it with more romantic eyes. Snake isn't captured and assesses Otacon's beliefs more carefully, and it's touching how he says now that he doesn't want Otacon to hurt anyone. Otacon isn't a fighter, and Snake's growing as a person. It's simply wonderful. Snake's agreement with Otacon about love on the battlefield will later be twisted when he's forced to kill Sniper Wolf. But far from being contrary to what he says in this scene, it's consistent with what he tells Naomi in the cell. There's no hatred between him, Wolf, or Otacon. Snake and Wolf are just professionals on opposite sides, doing their jobs. There's no fault to be placed. Once those two took up arms, their conflict was inevitable, and only one of them was walking away at the end. It doesn't make Wolf's demise and dying speech any less tragic, though.
Have you ever loved someone?
That's what you came to ask?
No, I was wondering if even soldiers fall in love.
What are you trying to say?
I want to ask you, do you think love can bloom even on a battlefield?
Yeah, I do. I think at any time, any place, people can fall in love with each other. But if you love someone, you have to be able to protect them.
I think so too.
I have a favor to ask.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, it'll be easy.
I told you before I don't want to hurt anyone.
I don't want you to either.
Okay.
The elevator is stopped down there. I want you to get it to move. You see?
That's weird.
It was working before, but now it isn't.
Maybe the panel's broken.
Can you fix it?
It was working before. If it's the mechanism, leave it to me.
I've got to go and swat a noisy fly.
Okay. I'll stay here and hold the fort. Good luck.
You really look like hell. Are you okay?
Don't worry. If I do this, it doesn't matter. I just pretend like I'm not here, and then I'm not scared.
Strange logic. I'm counting on you.
Welcome to the first of many chaff grenade taxes. I think I've been able to get a good angle with the stinger before, but I wasn't really willing to figure it out, and I ended up with more than enough chaff grenades by the end of the game anyway, so I was just fine burning some here. At least the game is generous enough to give you 3 more at the top of the stairs. The way down will be a little more tricky though. In terms of strategy for a no damage run, the Hind is one where it goes almost identically to a normal playthrough. On Extreme, it fires its gun almost constantly, so you need to be in cover when it's facing you and only pop out when you're sure you can hit it. Get in cover after every time you fire, and there should be no reason for it to damage you ever. There's a bit of finesse you'll see me do with the Stinger here, where you lock on, look away for a bit, and then fire. This allows you to manipulate the trajectory of the rocket and curve it around obstacles that would otherwise block your shot. It's about the only real tech this boss has. On this run, I beat it first try. That's how easy it is. The biggest catch is that on higher difficulties you don't have a radar to work with, so tracking it and using the corner camera and audio is almost a requirement. Make sure your game is set to stereo and you're not using a mono TV, lest Mei-Ling get all cranky with you. During the first phase of the fight, Liquid will fly to mostly predetermined points and then pass over you occasionally. Either aiming at where you know he'll be or quickly striking him while he flies overhead are both good strategies to safely deal damage. Once he's down to about half HP, he'll do more sporadic, bursty fire with his gun. He'll also duck down below the arena and, on Extreme, almost immediately pop back up before hiding down below again for a longer duration. You can take advantage of this quick pop-up to land a free hit. I think it's supposed to be him baiting you with the safety of him below the roof of the tower before tagging you when you don't expect it, but here it just works to make the fight go faster. When he fires his missiles, just hang out in the northwest area, and don't leave cover until he's finished his strafing run. I make the foolish mistake of not taking this opportunity to grab the extra missiles in the southeast end of the arena at the end of this fight. It would have made the descent past the gun cameras much faster, though I wasn't exactly hurting for time. The second half of Metal Gear Solid is a lot of back-to-back set pieces that test your knowledge of Snake's abilities and tools in various ways, along with a few mechanical diversions. I know many who are upset by the decrease in sneaking and increase in action scenes, and I understand. I love sneaking, but I honestly think it works well for this game. It starts off quiet while you're under-equipped and need to rely on stealth to get by, but as the plot moves forward and grand reveals happen, the gameplay kicks up the spectacle to keep up. It's like watching a really good action movie, except you can play it too.
See you in hell, Liquid. That takes care of the cremation.
Snake, the elevator's working.
You fixed it?
No, that's the weird thing. It just moved by itself. It's headed your way now.
Is that so? Okay.
That explosion before, what was it?
Oh, I had to take out that helicopter.
Helicopter? That's incredible, Snake.
Listen, I just want to make sure again. This is the way to get to where Metal Gear is being stored?
Yeah. The entrance to the underground maintenance base is towards the back of the snowfield ahead.
Okay. Find a safe place to hide out for a while. I'm going underground.
I know. You don't have to tell me.
And stay out of my way. Don't try to be a hero or anything.
Okay. Call me if you need to.
Normally I'd use the Stinger to dispatch these gun cameras on the way down, but I only have 2 missiles left, and I think hucking grenades is a little cooler. It's actually quite a challenging throw to make, since you have to time how long to cook the grenade, as well as Snake's positioning, and do it while moving so you can get a greater distance on the throw. Even I don't have it down perfectly, as I'm sure you can tell. Now onto first grade math class. And by first grade math class, I mean a tight CQC battle.
Snake, there's something I forgot to tell you before.
What?
There were 5 stealth camouflage prototypes in my lab.
Yeah, so?
If you take out the one I'm wearing, that leaves 4.
Hey, this isn't first grade math class.
I thought I'd get one for you. So I went back to the lab and
Yeah?
the 4 suits were missing. Also, about the elevator that I checked out, it's really strange. It was like someone was intentionally holding it.
When you were riding on it, did the weight limit warning go off?
That's another thing that bothered me about it. The warning went off, and I know I couldn't be over the limit.
How much do you weigh?
About 135, but that elevator had a weight limit of 650 pounds.
It would take at least 5 people to go over that limit.
I anticipated this scene to be a struggle to complete without getting hit, since there's little to work with, but it ended up being incredibly easy. All 4 enemies start the fight by moving to a different corner of the elevator than the one they initially occupy, which gives me enough time and positioning I need to knock them all down with a single shoulder flip. After that, I pop a stun grenade to buy me enough time to break all their necks individually or toss them around like ragdolls, whatever I need at that moment. The enemies all seem to fire in a pattern, so keeping track of which one is going to shoot first in the sequence is vital for getting through this without being injured. You can, pretty easily, complete this fight by just running around in a circle firing the FAMAS, but that's a little too luck-based for my tastes, and I think Snake is the kind of guy who'd do the cool guy thing of Spike Spiegel dropping a flashbang and taking out 4 armed thugs with his bare hands. I remember my first successful attempt had me complete this without taking any damage, and then immediately walking into the gun camera in the next room and having to reload my last save. That was a little embarrassing. Fortunately, Snake getting hit in a cutscene doesn't count as damage, otherwise this run would be impossible.
Snake, are you okay?
Otacon, were there any other stealth prototypes?
No, there were only 5.
So, this isn't stealth camouflage then.
What are you talking about?
Someone's aiming at me in the middle of this blizzard.
It's her!
Wolf? Sniper Wolf?
Yes, it's her. It's definitely her.
Otacon, you sound like you're happy.
No, I'm not.
So then what is it?
Snake, please don't kill her.
Are you insane?
Please. She's a good person. You'd know that if you talked to her.
Listen to me, kid. She's a merciless killer.
I can see you perfectly from here.
Wolf calling Snake is kind of funny. I like to imagine Liquid passed Snake's phone number around to all the members of Foxhound, but Wolf was the only one to ring him up because she's a weird, horny roleplayer. Still dummy hot, though.
You're pretty good if you can hit me in this storm.
You see, women naturally make better soldiers.
Wolf, don't do this.
Snake, I'm near. Can't you sense me near you?
It's a mistake for a sniper to reveal her location.
Is that right? Well, I'm going to send you a love letter, my dear. Do you know what that is? It's a bullet straight from my gun to your heart.
Please, Wolf. Snake, no!
Quiet! Don't get in our way.
Now I'm gonna pay you back for Meryl.
You men are so weak. You can never finish what you start.
Since I already paid my dues with the first Wolf fight, I have no qualms about remote control missiling her to near death during this fight. When it comes to doing a no damage run, I go for safe, consistent strategies to avoid having to repeat segments over and over and over. Wolf 1 was already kind of a hassle, so getting a freebie like this was refreshing. Unfortunately, since I had to use 3 extra Nikita missiles than planned on the bridge after the rappelling sequence, I run out before I can beat her. This does let me finish her with a sniper shot and makes the following cutscene a little more sensible, but it definitely wasn't to plan. The missile, as far as I can tell, doesn't do any more damage based on the part of the body you hit, so my path with it is just routine rather than any deliberate strategy. Also, you can see that Wolf's head is back to normal. Once again, my health bar is only not full due to the increase in maximum health, not as a result of taking any damage.
I waited for this moment. I am a sniper. Waiting is my job. Never moving a muscle. Concentrating. I am long shot. You cannot save me. Please. Just finish me quick. I am a Kurd. I have always dreamed of a peaceful place like this.
A Kurd? So that's why you're called Wolf.
I was born on the battlefield. Raised on the battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams. They were my lullabies. Hunted like dogs, day after day. Driven from our ragged shelters. That was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me. I'd stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day. The governments of the world turned a blind eye to our misery. But then, he appeared. My hero. Saladin. He took me away from all that.
Saladin? You mean Big Boss?
I became a sniper. Hidden. Watching everything through a rifle's scope. Now I could see war. Not from inside, but from the outside. As an observer. I watched the brutality, the stupidity of mankind through the scope of my rifle. I joined this group of revolutionaries to take my revenge on the world. But I have shamed myself and my people. I am no longer the wolf I was born to be. In the name of vengeance, I sold my body and my soul. Now I am nothing more than a dog.
Wolves are noble animals. They're not like dogs. In Yupik, the word for wolf is Keglanek, and the Aleuts revere them as honorable cousins. They call mercenaries like us dogs of war. It's true. We're all for sale at some price or another. But you're different. Untamed. Solitary. You're no dog. You're a wolf.
Who are you? Are you Saladin?
Wolf. You spared Meryl's life.
She was never my real target. I don't kill for sport.
Rest easy. You'll die as the proud wolf you are.
I finally understand. I wasn't waiting to kill people. I was waiting for someone to kill me.
loved you.
What is it?
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me. Everyone's here now. Okay, hero. Set me free.
Goodbye. Snake, you said that love could bloom on the battlefield. But I couldn't save her. What are you doing?
Returning it to its owner. I don't need a handkerchief.
Why?
I don't have any more tears to shed. I'm going to the underground base. We're out of time.
I know.
You'll have to protect yourself now. Don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
If I can't stop Metal Gear, this whole place will probably be bombed to hell.
Yeah.
We might not meet again.
I'll hang on to my codec. I want to keep helping.
You can leave anytime. Get a head start. A head start on your new life.
Snake! What was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Okay. I'll be searching too.
Whether Wolf actually held any affection for Otacon is definitely up for debate in this game, but to my mind the fact that she doesn't even share any words with him as she's dying tells me that the relationship was very much one-sided. I take a few minutes here to collect some of the goodies scattered around the arena because honestly they're quite important. I do, however, make the goober mistake of not checking the northwesternmost warehouse, which would have partially covered for my Nikita shortage from earlier. It ended up being a pain, but nothing that was unmanageable. The blast furnace is a cool area. I use one of my elective kills to take out the guard watching the machinery because I've never found a way to sneak past him otherwise. The crane moves very slowly, and on extreme he has a clear sight of the whole ledge, so it feels almost mandatory. The crane itself can be destroyed with explosives, but that'll alert the other guard in here, and I don't need to kill him, so I won't be doing either of those things. An elevator exists to take you between the top and bottom floors quickly, but again, since there's no reason to ever go back past this point unless you want to grab the stuff Raven's keycard unlocks in the snowfield, you won't ever use it. Where the crane is when you get to it seems to be random. Sometimes you get lucky with how far it moves, and sometimes you don't. Now this guard causes me trouble on every playthrough, so I'm taking an especially cautious approach here. His patrol route seems to be affected directly by the position Snake occupies in the area, and sometimes he can just whip 180 degrees around for seemingly no reason and spot you, especially on the stairs. I don't need the body armor here because I don't plan on getting hit, but the chaff grenades are useful and it costs me nothing to grab. I'm not certain on whether this elevator fight is harder than the first. I would say the first one had a much easier weakness in the positioning of the guards to exploit, so formulating a strategy was significantly quicker, but their actual behavior could be tricky to handle. This fight took me way longer to develop a consistent way of avoiding the initial 3 barrages of gunfire necessary to get the stun grenade off, but once that was worked out, the rest of the fight simply fell into place. Literally. You can either kick these guys over the edge of the elevator or shoulder flip them, and it takes them out much faster than either shooting or choking them. Something I didn't mention earlier is that the guards you fight on the elevators have significantly more health than any of the other ones in the game, and can be knocked down multiple times with gunfire and still get back up, so choking or tossing them out of the arena is a lot easier. There are a lot of claymores in this area, and I grab one just in case I need it for Raven, but they aren't a worry to step on as long as you move directly between the points you need to get to. Now, I buy a giant nuclear-equipped walking battle tank. I'm cool with the buff Native American shaman with Raven powers. I'm definitely down with the weird cloning experiments. But I do not buy that they built a base this big, this deep underground. Look how far this massive elevator has to go. The shaft alone would have probably been as expensive as the entire Rex project. That's so much digging! Just like the PAL key later, your rations in the colder area of the facility can freeze over if you leave them unequipped. I like that the body armor is placed before this fight, so that can actually have a chance to happen. I imagine there's at least one person who felt a twinge of panic playing this game for the first time, reaching for the tasty healing item only to be struck with a popsicle. Unfortunately, the PAL key is unaffected until after you need to modify it.
Grandfather being an assistant secretary to Hoover in the FBI?
Yeah.
And then going undercover to investigate the mafia in New York?
Yeah, what about it?
It was all a big lie.
What did you say?
It was really bothering me. Why would she lie about it?
She lied.
She might be a spy.
Ridiculous.
Come on, even a high school student could see past it. The head of the FBI at that time, Edgar Hoover, he was a well-known racist. Didn't Naomi say that her father was Japanese?
Yeah.
Well, back then there wasn't a single Asian investigator. Also, in the 1950s, the undercover mafia sting operations hadn't even started yet. They first started in 1960 in Chicago, not New York.
But
you better check it out. The chief and the president mysteriously dying, and that ninja? Too many strange things are happening.
are you saying that Naomi might be behind it?
I don't know. Either that, or she's working with the terrorists.
Could it be?
If I find out anything, I'll call. In the meantime, be careful.
Snake's demeanor goes through a shift, I think, after he kills Mantis and Wolf. Immediately prior to the former battle, he explicitly states that the only times in his life he's been able to find meaning is when other people have been dying around him. But now he's experienced more of what war and death have an effect on outside of soldiers in combat. Meryl and Otacon, the two emotional anchor characters who are present for the final moments of these two encounters, are both mostly civilian personnel who got roped into this conflict. Sure, Meryl is trying her hand at being a soldier, but even she admits she wasn't ready for it, and Otacon barely even understands he's building a weapon of war at all. These aren't hardened soldiers who've lived long enough to get all jaded about bloody conflict and incorporate it into their personalities like Snake and his previous compatriots have. Gustava, maybe, but as a Holocaust survivor, she's already experienced her fair share of war trauma, in addition to being a spy. By the point Snake encounters Raven again, he's still as cocky and self-assured as ever, but he isn't willing to agree with Raven about their battle being glorious. His view on conflict has changed and grown as he's seen the horrors of war played out over top of people who aren't equipped to handle it.
The raven has put the mark of death upon you. Blood from the east flows within your veins. Your ancestors too were raised on the barren plains of Mongolia. Inuit and Japanese are cousins to each other. We share many ancestors, you and I.
I don't have any crows in my family tree.
You jest, but indeed ravens and snakes are not the best of friends. Nevertheless, you will make a worthy adversary. You live in Alaska too. You know of the World Eskimo Indian Olympics?
Yeah, I know it. Must be a real threat in the muck duck eating contest.
Yes, you are right. But there is another event that I excel at.
Apparently, the muck-tuck eating contest is an actual event at the Eskimo Indian Olympics. I had to look that up, and I found myself watching a bunch of footage of the different events. The ear pull isn't what you think it is, and it's actually way more hardcore than I was expecting. That shit looks painful, though the competition I saw was in a gymnasium instead of the outdoors, like on a mountain or something. Raven's kinda right though. The events really do test both spiritual and physical strength. Every person I saw win a bout in one of the head-to-head competitions was composed and ready, where the opponent looked to be nervous or struggling to relax. I think that's good advice for anything, really. I recently entered a Street Fighter 6 tournament and got absolutely bodied, but when I assessed my composure versus my opponents, the ones who beat me were sitting back in their chairs calmly playing the game. I, meanwhile, was hunched forward with my eyes maybe 10 centimeters from the screen, doing little fist bumps whenever I got lucky enough to win a round. Raven is the easiest boss on Extreme, bar none. There's an exploit I'm showing here where you can just run up to this corner and Nikita him to death. It's not a tactic available on lower difficulties because his AI works a bit different. Unfortunately, I run out of Nikita missiles again and have to plant some claymores in the path I know he's going to run to finish the fight. I'm pretty sure his route is deterministic, but there may be some way to throw him off. Either way, there's not much to the fight if you use this strategy. When playing without it, he's an incredible challenge and one of the best encounters in the entire game, since you have so many tools to play with, and stealth is a requirement.
Just as the boss said, it is my existence which is no longer needed in this world. But my body will not remain in this place. My spirit and my flesh will become one with the ravens. In that way, I will return to Mother Earth who bore me. Snake! I will be watching you. Understand? Snake, take this security card. It will open that door.
Why?
Fun fact, Raven and Otacon are the only two characters to give Snake 2 keycards. Raven indirectly, but still.
And the boss. You are from another world. A world that I do not wish to know. Go and do battle with him. I will be watching from above. First, I'll give you a hint. The man who you saw die before your eyes.
What is it?
That was not the DARPA chief.
I'm not sure if Octopus was specifically targeted by Foxdie, or if he happened to walk into its line of fire by transfusing the DARPA chief's blood, since Foxdie targets people based on their DNA, and DNA is found in your blood. I personally prefer the latter explanation because I appreciate a thematically appropriate death like that.
So he drained the
Incidentally, when attempting to Google decoy octopus, one of the first suggested results was decoy octopus blackface. Make of that what you will.
angel of death.
The angel of death. But why go to so much trouble? Why impersonate the chief?
That is the end of my hint. You must solve the rest of the riddle yourself. Snake, in the natural world, there's no such thing as boundless slaughter. There is always an end to it. But you are different.
What are you trying to say?
The path you walk on has no end. Each step you take is paved with the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever. You shall have no peace. Hear me, Snake. My spirit will be watching you.
And at last our health bar is maxed. Still not full, however, and it won't be until we fight Rex. Unfortunately, that's still quite a ways away considering we have a lot of backtracking to do and a lot of codec calls about Naomi being sus.
Your monitor
My favorite part of this call in particular is that Miller's lines had to get cut off a little at the end for what I assume are mouth flap timing reasons. Cam Clark probably just said the lines a little too slow and they didn't want to call him back in to retake 2 sentences. Honestly, it's not something I noticed until like my 5th or 6th playthrough.
Go on, Master.
It's actually pretty hard to pin down how many times I've finished Metal Gear Solid. It's at least higher than 40 for the original and 20 for Twin Snakes. That sounds like a lot, but once you've beaten this game once, you can just blast through it in an afternoon. MGS1 and Dark Souls are games I frequently put on when I have nothing else I want to play. They make for some good comfort food.
The real Naomi Hunter disappeared somewhere in the Middle East. Our Naomi must have somehow obtained her identification papers.
So then who is she really?
She must be some kind of spy.
A spy?
Yes. Maybe she's been sent to sabotage this operation.
Are you saying she's with the terrorists?
I don't want to believe it either, but she is working for Foxhound.
So you think she had a part in the uprising?
Or she could be working with some different group altogether.
Different group? It couldn't be.
Place her under arrest.
What?
She's betrayed us. She needs to be arrested and interrogated to find out who she's with.
If she's one of their spies, then we're in big trouble.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Have you let her in on some kind of vital secret or something? Does this have anything to do with the mysterious deaths of the DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president?
I have no idea.
Anyway, we cannot allow her to participate any further in this mission.
Wait a minute. Without her, we can't complete this mission.
I knew it. You're hiding something.
Give me some time. I'll try to get it out of her.
Hurry then. We've got to figure out who she is and what she's doing here.
I understand. Snake, give me some time.
I don't have any time left for you.
This room is yet another chaff grenade tax. Either that or waste like 5 missiles every time you want to move through here, and believe me, you'll have to move through here a lot. Honestly, I don't really understand the motivation for putting so many gun cameras in this room. Maybe they just thought it was funny. I mean, it's a little funny, but I'd rather them not respawn every single time so I could save on resources. Metal Gear Solid has an absolutely brilliant soundtrack, and I've neglected bringing it up until now because this is my favorite song in the game. It's called Rex's Lair, and out of all the iconic music, the main theme, Encounter, Cavern, Mantis's Hymn, or Enclosure, none of them hold a candle to this one. It's so foreboding and ominous, it really feels like this is the end of the game, especially considering the codec calls we'll be getting throughout the hangar, with the world-ending implications of Metal Gear Rex. It just fits so well. The Sony PlayStation was lauded for its ability to make use of CD quality audio, and the highest storage space allotted for any console games up to that point. But despite many games making great use of Red Book audio, many of my favorite soundtracks available on the original PlayStation were produced using the system's sound chip. Final Fantasy VII is another game that's just immaculate with a music department, despite relying on MIDI samples. Legacy of Kain's Soul Reaver, too. There's no way to describe the music of Metal Gear Solid, and this track in particular, as anything other than epic, in the most literal sense of the word. Shamefully, it won't be playing completely uninterrupted, as loading screens and spliced-in codec calls will cause it to jump around a fair bit. My apologies. The frequency of Otacon's calls has elicited groans from some of my friends who've played these games, but I think the idea is that you're supposed to explore each level of the layer as you ascend. For our purposes, I really just need the chaff grenade and then I'm on my way. For the top floor in particular, the timing of when I get there is very important to slip past the guard. I like that the secret of the nuclear weapon isn't some big giga explosion, or scientists discovering a new element, or some weird science fiction contraption that does something insane. It's just rooted in the idea that a seemingly insignificant advancement in technology would propel the world to the brink of nuclear Armageddon.
Snake, I did it! You got past security?
Bingo!
Great. So what do you got?
I accessed the confidential Metal Gear file.
So what about the PAL override system that Baker talked about?
I haven't found it yet.
That's what I need to know.
But Snake, I found something else.
What?
The secret behind the new nuclear weapon. Just as I thought, the nuclear warhead is designed to be fired from the railgun like a projectile. It doesn't use fuel, so it isn't considered a missile. That way it can get around all sorts of international treaties.
Pretty sneaky.
Yes, but effective. And that's not even the scariest thing about this weapon.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
It's a stealth weapon.
You mean it won't show up on radar?
Yeah. The truth is, they've been working on a stealth missile since the late 70s.
Why weren't they able to develop one until now?
Because of the missile rocket propulsion system, it would be picked up by enemy satellites.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But unlike a missile, the railgun doesn't burn any propellant, so it can't be detected by any current ballistic missile detection systems.
An invisible nuclear warhead.
Totally impossible to intercept. And on top of that, it's got a surface-piercing warhead designed to penetrate hardened underground bases.
Yeah, we learned that lesson in the Gulf War.
This thing could mean the end of the world.
It's the ultimate weapon. And from a political point of view, it avoids the problem of nuclear reduction and nuclear inspections. Colonel, is this true? Are you listening?
I'm listening.
If word of this got out, it could delay the signing of the START 3 treaty and cause a huge international incident.
Yeah, it would be nasty. The United States would be denounced by the UN. It could even bring the president down.
Did you know this, Colonel?
I'm sorry.
You've changed, Colonel.
I won't make any excuses.
Snake, listen to me. This new nuclear weapon, it's never actually been tested, only simulated.
You mean they ran a computer model?
Yeah, that's why they were conducting this exercise. They needed to get actual experimental data to back up the simulation.
What were the results of the exercise?
It looks like it went better than they hoped for, but I can't find the data anywhere on this network. You'd think the data as important as that would be carefully recorded.
It was. President Baker gave me an optical disc with all of the test data.
What? Do you still have it?
No, Ocelot took it from me.
Damn. The terrorists have replaced the dummy warhead with a real warhead. Once they input the detonation codes, they should be ready to launch.
So you think they can do it?
Well, the dummy warhead was designed to be identical to the real thing, so I think so.
Did you find out how to override it yet?
Not yet. It must be in a separate file. Right now I'm looking through all of Baker's personal files.
We're counting on you.
What really happened was Armstech and Rivermore cooperating to make a railgun a little bit smaller, and that's all it took to make Metal Gear Rex happen. This kind of fear is grounded in reality, that someone is going to connect a few dots and suddenly our world's at risk of destruction. Kojima, having been born in Japan after World War II and growing up during the scariest parts of the Cold War, undoubtedly contributed significantly to his views and writing. That's sort of what people mean when they say art is inherently political. Like, sure, this game is obviously about tensions between global superpowers, nuclear deterrence, political figureheads, war, capital takeovers, and actual name-dropped legislation. But even Kojima's other games in fantastical universes like Death Stranding and Snatcher carried these aspects of his worldview as well. Which means, no, I'm not going to apologize for my anti-capitalist rant after the fight with Ocelot. Get with the times, kids.
The new target is Locknor, China.
Why, boss?
I'm sure neither you nor Mr. Golukovich would really like to see a nuclear bomb dropped on your motherland, right?
Liquid. But why? There's nothing there.
Wrong. It's a nuclear test site.
A nuclear test site?
If we nuke a major population center, the game's over.
But a nuclear explosion at a test site can still be concealed from the public.
Unlike most Metal Gear villains, we really get to see Liquid scheming in this one. He's definitely a smart guy, and you can hear the gears turning in his head, which I appreciate. Unfortunately, this does sort of give off the impression that he didn't have a set plan before popping off the revolution. I guess you can't have it both ways. I wonder how much of Metal Gear Solid 2 was planned during this game's development. It came out only 3 years later, and the design document was apparently finished within a year of Metal Gear Solid 1 being released. So obviously there had to be some thought put into what it would be. It's interesting to go back in this game and see all the plot threads like Gorlukovich, the US President, and Metal Gear's test data that otherwise don't really go anywhere in this game, but become of massive importance later in the series. It's another element of why I think 1 and 2 are such a tight package, and its subsequent games fail to replicate. It seems as though they were developed almost in tandem, while 3, 4, and 5 were just never meant to happen.
Also including the Fox dye vaccine in our demands.
Fox dye. It killed Octopus and the Armstech president. So it's true that it affects older people first. Mantis might not have been affected because he wore a mask.
Wolf wasn't infected either. Perhaps due to those tranquilizers she always took.
Something to do with the adrenaline level in the blood. Or maybe it's just because this Fox dye was still experimental and they haven't worked out all the bugs yet.
In any case, have you heard from your friend, Colonel Sergei Gorlukovich, at the Spetsnaz?
He still has doubts about the ability of Metal Gear. He said we can talk after Metal Gear's test launch is successful.
He's a very prudent man.
There's nothing to worry about. The Colonel wants Metal Gear and a new nuclear weapon so bad he can taste it. If Russia wants to regain its position as a military superpower, they need to reinforce their nuclear arsenal. They need a nuclear weapon that can't be intercepted. Metal Gear will allow them to gain first strike capability over the rest of the world.
Their regular army is in shambles, and they think they can restore their country's military power with nuclear weapons? Gorlukovich, he's no warrior. He's a politician.
Oh my, how topical.
And most of our other heavy firepower.
He's got over 1,000 soldiers under his command. If we join forces, we could put up quite a resistance here. Since Mantis died, the genome soldiers' brainwashing has started to wear off. I'm worried about the men's morale. An alliance with the Russians would boost that as well.
What are you saying?
We're not going anywhere. We're going to dig in here.
We could still escape.
We've got the most powerful weapon ever made, and we're about to ally with Gorlukovich's forces.
Are you going to fight the whole world?
And what's wrong with that? We can launch a nuclear warhead at any target on this planet. A nuclear warhead invisible to radar. And on top of that, this base is full of spare nuclear warheads. Once we get the DNA and the money, the world will be ours.
What about your promise to Colonel Gorlukovich?
I have no interest in the revival of Mother Russia.
You're not thinking of reviving Big Boss's dream.
From today, call this place Outer Heaven.
Big Boss's dream.
But boss, you're not worried about the PAL being overridden. If the code is entered again, it'll be deactivated.
No need to worry. The DARPA chief and the Armstech president are both dead.
Liquid and Ocelot are both very much aware Snake is watching them, since they can see him on the camera. And just like before, they're feeding him the information he expects to hear so that he plays his part.
Stop Metal Gear now.
By the way, what should we do with that woman? Want me to kill her?
Let her live. She's Campbell's niece, and Snake cares for her. We'll keep her as our ace in the hole.
Meryl, she's alive.
Snake, I found Baker's top secret files.
Great job.
How's it going there?
They've finished inputting the PAL codes. So how do we deactivate them?
Okay, you see the override system that the president was talking about.
The PAL key puzzle is kinda neat. The solution of heading back through the previous areas to cool and heat the card is a clever one, and something a player could reasonably be expected to figure out on their own. The Blast Furnace and Frozen Warehouse have very striking and unique color palettes that probably stuck out in your mind the first time you played. And they're not too far from where you're at when you learn the trick. I say that, but when I first played this game, I absolutely had to look up a walkthrough to continue because I did not think of that. Granted, I was like 12 years old, but still, I was the dumb. Unbelievable considering how Snake and Otacon state how the card works back to back like 4 times. They really try to beat you over the head with how this thing works. Persona 5 was a game I would have loved as a kid. The Twin Snakes added a small ledge in the Rex hangar with pipes carrying steam and, I think, liquid nitrogen that you could shoot to instantly change the shape of the card. It's hidden kinda out of the way, and you have to go looking for it to know it's there, so it's great for cutting out on the long backtracking section on repeat playthroughs, where you probably just want to keep the game moving when you're this close to the end.
There should be a symbol on each screen. Each symbol corresponds to a different key. Input the keys in order from left to right. The left one's for the room temperature key. See the symbol? Next to that goes the low temperature key. The one on the right is the high temperature key.
Okay, I got it. First, I change the shape of the card, and then I input them in order, right?
That's right. All you do is insert the card keys. After you insert the key into the module, a hard disk reads the information contained on it. Once you've finished with all 3 terminals, the code input process is complete. But here's the thing. You can only use the key 3 times. It's an emergency system. It's only meant to be used once.
The world is riding on that key, Snake.
Who's that? Damn!
It's comical how quickly after the Colonel says how important the key is that Snake just fucking drops the thing. A laugh track should have played.
Snake, this is bulletproof glass. There's no way in. I'll enjoy watching you die.
Snake, you've got to get that key.
Running back down to get the POW key is easy. Huck a stun grenade and go. The PAL key can be in one of 8 places, 7 spots in the drainage ditch and 1 spot inside the belly of a rat. If you have 11 or more alerts by this point, the card will be in the ditch. Any fewer and it will be in the rat. That's good, because running through the drainage ditch risks losing health which would count as damage, which I obviously am not planning on doing. It's important not to try to kill the rat on the lower eastern opening. If you do that, the key will certainly fall into the ditch and you'll have to go fish it out. I take out the gun camera watching the area and drop a claymore in front of the vent opening and wait. Unfortunately, it's effectively random where the rat decides to show up first, so there isn't much to talk about while I kill time. I didn't mention it before, but if you run as quickly as you can through Rex's hangar, you can do the rapid equipping trick to run right past the guard watching the control room. I have no idea how you're intended to get past him non-lethally without this trick, if I'm being honest. I'm being cautious of the cameras in this room because if you're spotted, it'll mean a slow and gaseous death, which is what I walked into a lot as a kid since I'd simply forget the cameras were there.
Okay, that takes care of pal code number 1. Now, pal number 2, freeze the key.
On the way out of the control room, the opening to dash past the guard isn't here. Fortunately, the walkway is just wide enough to sit in the box at the corner and he'll walk right past. On the subject of the soundtrack, I actually only learned just recently that the Metal Gear Solid theme is actually in this game. Until now, I had thought that it was only present in the promotional materials and the VR missions expansion. But as it turns out, it is. All you need to do is finish the game 3 times, and on that third playthrough be using the tuxedo, and it will play over the ending credits. It's actually kind of impressive how much there is to learn about your favorite games, no matter how much time you spend digging in them. In order to adjust the temperature of the key, you have to stay in either the warehouse or the furnace for about 61 seconds on the NTSC version of the game. On PAL it's about 71 seconds because that version of the game just runs a lot slower because fuck PAL. Opening the menu stops the timer, so it's best to avoid checking the card if possible. We've got a lot of backtracking and waiting to do, so I think it's time for another digression. The more observant among us would have noticed that the footage of the game you're seeing right now isn't quite in the 4:3 aspect ratio Metal Gear Solid was released in. If you're watching this on a 16:9 monitor, the pillar boxing, the black bars on either side of the image, is a little thinner than you'd normally expect for content like this. If you're really observant, you'll have noticed that the entire game looks just a smidge wider than it normally is as well. There are a few reasons for both of these things. Metal Gear Solid is a game that runs at 320 by 240p. In modern terms, that's 320 pixels wide, 240 pixels tall. And the P stands for progressive, which means that the game supports eating the rich, but also it means that every horizontal line is drawn in one pass of the screen. This stands in contrast to interlaced, which, back when CRTs roamed the earth and life was good, meant that the electron gun that drew the image would scan over all the odd-numbered horizontal lines, then go back up to the top and scan all the even-numbered lines. More or less, I'm glossing over a lot for the sake of this not turning into technobabble. Generally, the highest resolution supported by consumer CRTs in regions that use NTSC video was 480i at 60 Hz. That's the vertical resolution and refresh rate. But horizontal resolution is a lot more complicated, because CRTs are analog displays and handle these things different than we're used to with modern displays. CRTs have no fixed resolution and paint the image across the screen, rather than lighting up individual pixels. That means there isn't exactly an easily quantifiable maximum horizontal resolution, as it's based on how quickly the electron gun can modify what it's drawing, rather than how many discrete squares make up an image. The most common resolution for computer monitors seems to be 1080p today, but the issue is that 1080p is not evenly divisible by 240p, which means that if I want to put a 240p image on the screen and scale it up to fill the monitor, I have a few options, none of which are perfect. Option 1 is to scale the image to fit the screen. I use my external scaler to enlarge the image to a vertical resolution of 1080p, which will definitely take up the entire screen space sans the pillar boxing to produce the correct aspect ratio, but the scaling won't be even. Pixels may appear at different sizes rather than being uniform, and the image will be much blurrier than it should be. The RetroTink 5X, which I'm using as my external scaler, is quite good at making this look nice, but I prefer a sharper image. Option 2 is to scale the image to 960p, which is exactly a 4x scale, meaning sharp, square pixels. However, this leaves a black border around the entire image, and people don't like that. I don't like it either. Option 3 is to overscale it to 1200p. This will still be an integer scale, which results in sharp, evenly sized pixels that fill the screen. But the top and bottom are cropped slightly. In-game, this translates to about 12 pixels or so from the top and bottom that are chopped off from the video frame. However, the way CRTs worked is that they weren't perfect. Frequently, the image wouldn't exactly fit the screen, either being slightly too large or too small. And since it was impossible for developers to know how every single TV on the planet would behave, as these varied a lot between models, sets, and manufacturers, they would frequently work with a small margin of error of information that was expected to be cut off by the TV. This is called overscan, or underscan if the picture was smaller than the screen. If you've ever wondered what the screen adjust setting on games from the PS2 era and earlier was for, this is what it was meant to alleviate. Game developers would keep little or no graphical information on the very edges of the screen to keep it from getting cut off by overscan, and so losing a couple of pixels from the top and bottom isn't a huge deal. In fact, it's arguably the most authentic way to display a 240p game on a 1080p fixed pixel display. As for why the game is a little wider than normal, the reason for that is simple. Since CRTs and analog video don't have pixels of specific sizes, many games used oddball resolutions that would be of all sorts of aspect ratios on a fixed pixel display, but were presented in 4x3 on a CRT. Typically, lower resolution games use quote-unquote pixels that were wider than they are tall, whereas higher resolution games used pixels that were taller than they were wide. I say pixels here just to give you an easier time picturing what I'm talking about, not because CRTs literally used pixels. They didn't. Analog video is very complicated, and you really have to approach thinking about it in a completely different way than digital video. By all rights, 320 by 240 should translate to a 4x3 aspect ratio when using square pixels, but for some reason having those pixels be sharp and square produces a slightly wider image than 4x3. I'm not really sure why. Ultimately, the footage is trading a very slight accuracy in aspect ratio for a significant gain in video quality. Aspect ratios for games that were meant to be displayed on a CRT are very fluid anyway, considering the geometry of those sets could vary so wildly. I am by no means a specialist, but I hope my little sidetrack has perhaps spurred your own interest in retro hardware. These kinds of things are a tinkerer's paradise, and I've loved the journey this hobby has taken me on. Naturally, despite my best efforts, YouTube compression is still going to eat the quality of this video. Nothing to be done about that, unfortunately. Returning to the warehouse, it's populated with guards. This is, I guess, the last real sneaking area of the game, and it's a shame it's so bland. It just feels like a less interesting version of the docks, but without a radar, it's quite the challenge. Even in simple environments, Metal Gear Solid sneaking feels good. It's pretty clever that Liquid calls Snake about Fox Dice shortly after deliberately talking about it with Ocelot within earshot of Snake. There's a lot about Liquid disguising himself as Miller that just works really well and is rewarding to see on a repeat playthrough. There are even some fun details, like how he won't answer your calls during the fight with the Hind D or shortly after.
He's the one who
you ever heard of something called fox dye?
No. Fox dye. Liquid and the others were talking about it.
Yeah. It's some kind of virus that targets specific people. I don't know all the details, but...
What are you trying to say?
Frankly, there are just too many codec details to mention. There is a ridiculous amount of dialogue stashed away in these conversations. Every single support character has thoughts about basically everything that happens. Any item or weapon you can carry, events before and after boss fights, you name it. I would wager, despite how much of the codec is used in the main game, that well over 80% of the dialogue available there is completely missable. This stuff seems pointless, especially considering most players won't even see it, but it contributes greatly to the feeling of your radio support team being real-life people who are there to help and give their thoughts on a situation, and not just variously flavored hint buttons.
Does the Colonel know?
I'm not sure. But he still hasn't questioned her.
Okay, I'll ask him myself. Colonel, what's new with the Naomi situation?
I just placed Naomi under arrest.
Arrest?
She was sending coded messages towards the Alaskan base. I didn't want to believe it, but she must be working with the terrorists.
Are you sure?
I'm afraid so. She's being interrogated now.
What kind of interrogation?
Well, I'd like to avoid the rough stuff, but we don't even have any sodium pentothal here.
Call me if you find out anything.
So it's true, isn't it?
Naomi, I can't believe it.
That means the fox dye vaccine must be around somewhere.
Listen, I've got bigger things to worry about.
But Snake, you might be infected too, you know.
All I can do is leave it up to the Colonel.
This gun camera drives me nuts. It's a good thing gun cameras don't count for alerts because otherwise riding this elevator would be a coin flip. Sometimes it spots you, sometimes it doesn't, and I have no idea why. At least it can't hit you from the starting position. While the warehouse was gracious enough to be empty while we waited for the PAL key, the blast furnace was already populated. I stow away in the steam pipe room since nobody patrols under there, which makes it safe. The heat wave effect in this room is a great example of the PlayStation 1's limitations working in its favor. The graphics are already pretty jumpy and wobbly, so having the geometry warp even more was probably fairly simple. I'm pretty sure the distortion doesn't apply to Snake's model, though it is hard to see, so it's just a cool trick they pull off with the environment. While I don't mind the backtracking through the earlier sections of the game, I'll admit the PAL key sequence is a bit exhausting. At least with retreading the Warhead storage building, the pace was always up to the player, and there were a lot more obstacles to navigate. It was effectively making more gameplay out of less game. Unfortunately, the same doesn't apply to riding these empty elevators over and over again. This is like anti-gameplay. At least you only have to ride them 3 times each, and the game enters its ending sequence right after.
Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
Campbell and the others are busy right now. I'm on a different codec.
Naomi, is what the Colonel says true?
Yes, but not everything I said was a lie.
Who are you?
I don't know myself. I don't know my real name or even what my parents looked like. I bought all my identification, but my reason for getting into genetics was true.
'Cause you want to know yourself, right?
That's right. I want to know where I came from. My age, my race, anything.
Naomi.
I was found in Rhodesia sometime in the 80s. A dirty little orphan.
Rhodesia? What's now known as Zimbabwe?
Yes. Rhodesia was owned by England until 1965, and there were lots of Indian laborers around. That's probably where I got my skin color from, but I'm not even sure about that.
Naomi, you're too worried about the past. Isn't it enough to understand who you are now?
Understand who I am now? Why should I? No one else tries to understand me. I was alone for so long, until I met my big brother. And him.
Your big brother?
Yes. Frank Yeager.
What?
He was a young soldier when he picked me up near the Zambezi River. I was half dead from starvation, and he shared his rations with me. Yes, Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
No. Gray Fox?
We survived that hell together, Frank and I. He protected me. He's my one connection. The only connection I have to my past.
And he brought you back to America?
No. I was in Mozambique when he came.
Who is he? You mean Big Boss?
Yes. He brought us to this land of freedom, this America. And then he and my brother went back to Africa to continue the war. And that's when it happened. You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge and joined Foxhound.
Naomi's last codec call before the end of the game is here, and to where her story has all the cards laid out on the table. Naomi is a geneticist, which gives her the most clear and distinct connection to the gene theme the game has going. She believes studying her genetic history would grant her insight into the person she truly was underneath, as though her entire life was waiting for her, wrapped up in her DNA just waiting to be uncovered. Snake will later compare Liquid to Naomi, and he's actually pretty dead on in a number of ways. Liquid knows his genetic history inside and out, and is driven by the hatred that instills within him. But Naomi is completely ignorant of her past and literally builds her entire identity around discovering it. Naomi's pain and isolation brought on by the loss of her family and any connection to her heritage is alleviated by the arrival of Frank Yeager. While Frank isn't her brother by blood, Naomi effectively makes him into one. She doesn't have an identity informed by her genetics, so she assimilates one. She doesn't have any direct family, so she builds her own. She knew Frank wasn't a genuine relative, but his loss devastated her all the same. The closest thing she had to a family was ripped away from her once again, this time by Snake. While Naomi cools on her hatred of Snake a little earlier, after the prison cell when Snake reveals that he's the son of Big Boss is when she really, truthfully opens up to him and clearly struggles with lying to his face. After learning that about him, she realizes Snake is part of her twisted little found family as well, making her quest for revenge a whole lot more complicated. Snake may have killed her brother, but he's also the only person on the planet who knew Gray Fox as well as she did, and now, because of her actions, he's going to die by her hand. There's an interesting parallel with Gustava from Metal Gear 2. She was unintentionally killed by Gray Fox in a dramatically ironic twist of fate because he didn't know who she was. Similarly, Naomi has doomed Snake with Fox Die by acting on her ill-informed hatred. Rather than being the inhuman killing machine she believed him to be, Snake was arguably the closest thing to family Naomi could reclaim for herself. Gustava's revised portrait in the re-release of Metal Gear 2 even looks a lot like Naomi, right down to the hairstyle. In addition to it being pretty common knowledge that Metal Gear Solid is mostly just a remix of Metal Gear 2, I refuse to believe this is a coincidence. Fox Die is sort of the perfect science fiction weapon for this game, one that Siphon Filter would go on to just steal entirely. And, as a side note, if you're a fan of the channel, you'll expect me to mention that series was directly inspired by GoldenEye, so add that to the pile, I guess. Anyway, in a game so laser-focused on genetics, having a superweapon that's driven by the main theme of the game is a really smart choice. It also helps a lot that it feels as though it's the kind of virus Naomi in particular would be driven to make, as it can't be easily used against her. Though not impossible, it would be pretty difficult to uncover the genetic identity of a woman who has had to dedicate her entire life to uncovering her genetic identity. Despite Naomi spelling out the process of the virus killing someone, its actual targeting mechanism isn't all that clear beyond, it can be programmed to recognize your DNA. I could be off base here, but it's a reading I quite like regardless.
The real thing I wanted to tell you was... Snake,
Hey, I'm walking here! I don't know what Naomi wanted to tell Snake at the end here, but I think it's really funny to imagine she was going to say, "I love you," or something along those lines. It would be kind of insane, but I could honestly see it happening.
What happened to Naomi? What did she mean when she said that Fox Die was a part of this operation? Colonel, let me talk to her.
I won't. She's under arrest.
Colonel, you double-crossed me.
Snake, there's no time for that. Right now, your job is to stop Metal Gear. Okay, Snake?
This is sort of unrelated, but I've never been a fan of the phrase, "it gets good later." In fact, I can't really think of anything I genuinely enjoy that starts bad and gets good. When encountering media people talk about in this regard, I always ask the question, why can't it be good now? That doesn't mean that a work should always unfold its cards onto the table immediately, but rather that the beginning of a story is where the most effort should be made to make the audience invested. There is absolutely a requirement for an audience to meet a work of art halfway, rather than leaning back, crossing your arms, and going, "Impress me." But if something doesn't grab you right away, then you're not going to be likely to stick around for it long enough to get good. Even my favorite example of a piece of media that's bad on purpose, as it were, that being Metal Gear Solid 2, starts off excellently with the tanker section, before sort of diving down into that more aggressive, subversive role the game takes on later. Sorry for leaving you in silence for so long, but I really didn't have much else to say about the backtracking. I love the Miller reveal. Cam Clark does a great job adjusting his voice just enough that you probably wouldn't pick up that he's voicing both Miller and Liquid at the same time. And since characters that only appear in the codec don't get a little title pop up with their voice credits in-game, the reveal isn't spoiled. As I've mentioned before, it's also not the only instance of duplicate voice actors in the game, as both the DARPA chief and Gray Fox are voiced by the same guy, and that doesn't mean anything for the story.
Psychic powers, he couldn't read his mind. Then Ocelot accidentally killed him during the interrogation. In other words, we weren't able to launch the nuclear device, and we were all getting a little worried. Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our demands would never be met.
What do you mean?
Without the detonation codes, we had to find some other way. That's when we decided you might prove useful, Snake.
What?
First, I thought we might get the information from you, Snake, so I had Decoy Octopus disguise himself as the DARPA chief. Unfortunately, Octopus didn't survive the encounter, thanks to Fox Die.
You mean you had this plan from the beginning, just to get me to input the detonation code?
Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you?
Who the hell are you?
In any case, the launch preparations are complete. Once the world glimpses the power of this weapon, the White House will have no choice but to surrender the Fox Die vaccine. To me, their ace in the hole is useless now.
Ace in the hole?
The Pentagon's plan to use you was already successful in the torture room. Snake, you're the only one who doesn't know. Ah, poor fool.
Who are you anyway?
I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you come where I am, that is.
Where are you?
Very close by.
Snake, that's not Master Miller.
Campbell, you're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
Me, dear brother.
Liquid, how the...
You've served your purpose. You may die now.
Unlike when you normally get spotted in this room, you have to call Otacon to escape the flood of gas. It'd be nice if this was a mechanic you could take advantage of prior to now, but for a run like this it doesn't really matter. Fortunately, the gas starts off by draining your O2 meter rather than your health, or this challenge would be impossible.
I hacked into security. Snake, I'm opening the door.
You can pull out your weapons here to shoot at Liquid, but it doesn't do anything.
Liquid! Snake! Did you like my sunglasses? You'd point a weapon at your own brother?
Why did you disguise yourself as Master?
Snake puts his gun away when Liquid chastises him for bringing it out, which I think is kind of funny. And they have a pretty direct and almost casual conversation with each other. Liquid has very strong beliefs about the role of soldiers in the world, which will be more fully explored later, but for now he's content to just berate Snake that his actions were all a charade. Snake wasn't sent to Shadow Moses Island as a warrior meant to fight and defeat an army, but rather as a pawn to indirectly kill through dishonorable means.
A diversion. The Pentagon only needed for you to come into contact with us. That's what killed the Arms Tech president and Decoy Octopus.
You don't mean...
That's right. You were sent here to kill us so they could retrieve Metal Gear undamaged, along with the bodies of the Genome soldiers. From the beginning, the Pentagon was just using you
as a vector to spread fox dye.
Fox dye? It can't be. Are you telling me Naomi was working with the Pentagon?
They thought she was, but it seems that Dr. Naomi Hunter couldn't be controlled so easily.
What?
We've got a spy working in the Pentagon. He reported that Dr. Hunter altered Fox Dye's program just before the operation, but no one knows how or why.
As far as I'm aware, the modification Naomi made to Foxdie was the virus's incubation period. She changed it to give the portion that targets both Liquid and Solid Snake effectively a random timer. In the book, In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, it explores this idea, and it explains why Liquid died but Solid survives. The motivation she had for making this change was to have Snake live in constant fear of the virus, never knowing when his time would come. It's a great idea to let the themes of the story breathe and give our characters a little more fleshing out, both Naomi from a literal point of view and Liquid through a thematic lens. This plot point would later be just bashed in the back of the head with a lead pipe by Metal Gear Solid 4, where apparently none of that actually happened, and Solid Snake was never really a target of Foxdie, which is complete nonsense, as that would be the thing Naomi would be most likely to do in order to accomplish her goal of murdering Snake. But if I sit here and start writing about everything Metal Gear Solid 4 did to obliterate Naomi's character, I'm going to be running until the end credits. Liquid has a lot of funny gaps in his knowledge, and I wonder if it's intentional. He says that he wants the Foxdie vaccine, but unless there's something I'm not aware of, a vaccine can only protect you if you're inoculated before getting the virus. Liquid believes himself to be exposed, and Ocelot is already vaccinated, though unbeknownst to Liquid. So he is right that the vaccine would be unnecessary, just not for the reasons he thinks. He's also under the impression that dominant genes are superior and recessive genes are inferior or flawed somehow. This has been talked about to death, but this would hardly be a complete look at Metal Gear Solid without it. Liquid is believed to be the inferior clone with the recessive genes, which would explain why he's blonde.
Can you understand what it's like to know that you're garbage since the day you were born?
But it's later revealed that he's the superior clone, and his inferiority complex is what's holding him back as he chooses to submit to his genetic destiny, yada yada yada. But that also means it makes no sense that he's blonde if that's the case. There is also, contrary to popular belief, no evidence that Snake's natural hair color is blonde and that he dyes his hair brown. He cuts his hair at the end of the briefing of this game, but there's no mention of dye. And if Snake has brown hair and Liquid has blonde hair, there's no way that Liquid has the dominant genes. Again, this is assuming we take Liquid's assertion about dominant genes being superior as fact, at least in the game's world. It could theoretically be possible Liquid is wrong about the strength of dominant and recessive genes, which would explain the mismatch, with dominant genes actually being weaker and the recessive genes being stronger. But since the issue is literally never addressed, I have no idea if Liquid is even wrong or not.
How do I stop it?
Metal Gear Rex can be fought in two ways, the easy way or the cool way. I'm choosing the easy way because it's faster, safer, and I have the gear necessary for it. This is the part of the game I've been saving my chaff grenades for, because otherwise it makes his missile attack very difficult to evade. Effectively, the entire strategy for this first phase is toss a chaff grenade, run counterclockwise, fire a stinger at the radome. Simple. The cool strategy is to beat it using stealth, which is entirely possible and quite fun. If he spots you, you can toss a chaff grenade and run for cover. If you don't have any, you can make a risky play to run between his legs. I won't be doing any of that here since it's quite an easy fight to make a bad mistake in a no damage run, cost you a reset. All of the tactics with the Stinger I mentioned in the Hind D fight apply here as well, though a fair bit less so, I'd say. There's really not much use in trying to be fancy with the missiles, since Rex can abruptly move out of the way and cause your shot to fly right by. You can actually damage Rex with most of your other weapons by hacking your position to be high enough to hit it, but that's definitely not anywhere close to an intended tactic. The second phase with the open cockpit allows you to damage Liquid directly with the PSG-1 though, which is really cool. It requires some crazy deliberate positioning, but it is indeed possible. There's a fair bit of ammo scattered around the corners of this arena, including 3 chaff grenades and 3 stun grenades. The chaff grenades are obviously useful, but the stun grenades are a bit of a question mark. Allegedly, you're supposed to be able to use them to briefly stun Liquid during the second phase since he's exposed in the cockpit, but I have literally never been able to see any effect with them whatsoever, so I'm calling it inconclusive for now.
Did that do it?
When I was a little kindergarten-aged kid, my extended family owned a modded PlayStation with a bunch of pirated games. One of those games was Metal Gear Solid, and boy oh boy did I love playing that thing. I only ever got as far as the heliport, I think, but I'd boot it up a lot and go through the opening areas and VR missions. Later on, before I had a copy of my own, I watched a full Let's Play of Twin Snakes uploaded to YouTube in 2008 by a guy named Carlito NSP. One of the things that stuck out to me most watching the game was the action sequence where Fox dukes it out with Liquid in Metal Gear Rex. I thought it was incredible to watch and wondered how on earth the PlayStation could handle something of that magnitude. The huge mech and the acrobatic cyborg ninjas seemed like too much for the little PS1 I grew up with to render. Back then, pretty much all game footage uploaded to YouTube was completely unwatchable, so it was actually pretty difficult to find the Metal Gear Solid 1 cutscenes in a way where I could tell what was going on. So I had to wait until I happened upon a real copy of the game to play it and see what it was like for the first time.
Why? Because I'm the one who killed her parents. I was young then and couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad that I decided to take her with me. I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now she thinks of me as her brother. From the outside, we might have seemed like a happy brother and sister, but every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me. Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it. There you are! We're just about out of time. Here's a final present from Deep Throat. I'll stop it from moving.
Honestly, the scene still kinda blows me away.
In the Middle East, we don't hunt foxes, we hunt jackals. Instead of foxhounds, we use royal harriers.
Fox.
How strong is that exoskeleton of yours? Snake, are you just going to sit by and watch him die?
Cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
Destroyed the radome.
Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the code name Fox, but now you're finished!
No! Fire the stinger!
Fox, can you really shoot? You'll kill him too!
Now! In front of you.
If you press the fire button, Snake will just say he can't do it. You can target both Fox and Liquid, but it doesn't have any effect. I wonder if the intention was originally to make the story branch again here if you shot Liquid, Fox, or didn't fire at all. Unless there's some production material where someone on the development team went into it that I'm not aware of, I think it'll likely remain a mystery.
We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
Foolish man! He prayed for death, and it found him. You see, you can't protect anyone, not even yourself. Die!
I feel like the second phase of Rex is harder than the first. The Radome is a much larger target than Liquid, and you have to stay mostly in front of Rex to reliably hit Liquid with the Stinger, which puts you at the greatest risk to be hit by all of his attacks. I adopt a strategy of just moving back and forth, as the way his missiles work in this phase is different. In the first phase, Rex seems to memorize your current position, then fire on it. If you throw chaff, you can move without Rex updating your last known location. In phase 2, Liquid isn't relying on Rex's electronics to target you, so he is constantly aware of where you are, unless you break his line of sight, which means that the missiles will always be fired directly on your current position. All chaff grenades do is disrupt the missile's tracking in phase 2. If you aim at Liquid and fire just before he launches his missiles, it's possible he'll sit Rex down and duck right under your Stinger. It's a real pain in the ass because you need to either make your shot incredibly quickly to hit him before he sits, or dance close enough to the fire with the timing and hope he can get out of the way before his attack lands. I'll confess I'm not an expert on game design, nor have I done extensive digging into the game's code, or hacked it to bits with emulators and cheat devices, so it's entirely possible my readings of the AI or other mechanics could be inaccurate. I'm not a scientist, and I can't tell you precisely what's going on under the hood of this game, despite the fact that I've played it dozens of times over the course of my life. Take every piece of analysis on mechanics I've presented here with a grain of salt, and just know that I can only convey what I believe I've observed and the conclusions I've reached because of that. This will become very important later.
Snake! I'll crush you into dust!
And there Rex shall lie for all of eternity.
Sleeping late as usual, Snake?
Liquid, you're still alive.
I won't die as long as you still live.
Too bad. It
looks like your revolution was a failure. Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I am done fighting. Fighting? What are you really after?
Liquid is a man who, as I've mentioned a lot already, is someone very absorbed with his interpretation of his lineage and genetic future. He is, as a clone of Big Boss, genetically designed to be a soldier, and his burning desire to ensure he still has a place in the world as the only thing he believes he can be is an understandable one. Snake even, to some degree, agrees with Liquid. As of Metal Gear Solid, he's twice now come out of a supposed retirement to return to the battlefield. Only in the last few hours of the Shadow Moses incident has Snake begun to reject Liquid's view of the world. Until recently, he believed the only place for him was in the midst of conflict. The catalysts to his change were Snake's human connections to both Otacon and Meryl, and being ignorant of the circumstances of his birth. Liquid lacks these connections with anyone but his fellow soldiers, and is so wrapped up in his obsession with his genetic fate that he's unwilling to reject it and lead a better life. It may take until the end of Metal Gear Solid 4 for Snake to finally put down the gun and live, but he does eventually make that choice.
But as long as there are people, there will always be war. But the problem is
I know earlier that I strongly criticized imaginative theories meant to abstract gameplay and minimize its presence in a game's narrative, but I actually feel quite positively to similarly imaginative concepts that are used to reinforce a game's narrative. An example would be something present in Dark Souls. In that game, it's stated that if undead lose their purpose and will to live, they'll eventually turn hollow, which strips them of their humanity and leaves them as a zombie husk. As the player character in Dark Souls is undead, yet is never at risk in-game of going truly hollow in this manner, some fans have opted to contextualize the player deciding to give up and put down the game forever that makes the player's character go hollow. As they lose the will to keep playing the game, in the same way the character would theoretically lose the will to keep adventuring. It's functionally similar to just imagining your character dying if you stop playing the game, but it fits with Dark Souls' world and tone. Liquid is asking why Snake is here, but in this traditionally third-person game, this particular scene is shot in first person, which is noteworthy. We are meant to step into Snake's shoes and receive this end of the questioning the same as he does. Liquid is, in effect, asking us, the players, why we keep going despite all the subterfuge from the supporting cast. Fortunately, he provides us with an answer, and it's that we enjoy the killing. In a sense, it's true. As players, we enjoy the game, and that's why we keep playing. If we didn't get at least something out of the experience a game provides, we'd probably drop it. There was another game released a little over 10 years ago now that posed a similar question, though in a way much less antagonistic to the player. But I plan on possibly making a separate video about that someday, so feel free to keep this idea rumbling around in your minds for a little while.
to encourage strong fetal growth. You and I were originally octuplets. Octuplets? Yes. The other 6 of our brothers were sacrificed to make us.
The super baby method isn't an actual scientific process, it was invented for this game. But it is very interesting to hear that Liquid Snake says abortion is murder. And sorry, just checking. What era are the gamers saying had video games without all those gosh dang politics cluttering everything up? Cause I'm pretty sure they always had politics.
To create a phenotype in which all of the dominant genes were expressed. To create you. I got all of the recessive genes. You took everything from me before I was even born. But you and I aren't his only children. What? The genome soldiers. They too are his progeny, carrying on his genetic legacy. But they're different. They're digital. With the completion of the Human Genome Project, the mysteries of humanity were laid bare. Thanks to Father's DNA, they were able to identify more than 60 soldier genes responsible for everything from strategic thinking to the proverbial killer instinct. Those soldier genes were transplanted into the members of the next generation special forces. That's how they became the genome soldiers. That's right. The genome soldiers that you've been killing are our brothers with the same genes as ours. The genome soldiers? That's right. They are our brothers, created artificially through the alignment of nucleotides to mimic our father's genes. They too are the product of numerous sacrifices. Sacrifices? Human experiments! 1991, the Gulf War.
On the other hand, the Gulf War syndrome is a real phenomenon that actually affected a significant amount of people. If this were the real world, Snake would be partially right when he says the depleted uranium was a major cause of it. In addition, the toxic chemical clusterfuck that was the defining factor of that war led to many adverse health effects that are still being felt today. This is, of course, in addition to post-traumatic stress disorder and the expected physiological harm that comes from fighting a war in general. However, no conclusive evidence has been presented that the children of those who fought in the Gulf War had any birth defects clearly caused by their parents' involvement in the conflict, though I'm sure it certainly didn't help matters. Metal Gear Solid is and has always been a series that uses real-world history and current events as a wallpaper for its fantastical stories, and it's interesting that we don't really seem to question it all that much. A personal sort of white whale game that's been occupying space in the back of my mind is 6 Days in Fallujah. That's a game that was announced to be coming out in 2009, only 5 years after the Second Battle of Fallujah that inspired its creation. Soldiers who served in that battle approached the studio, Atomic Games, and asked them to make a game based on their experience, which led to an absolute shitstorm of controversy over how theoretically disrespectful it would be to make a video game about such a recent conflict. This idea was mostly perpetuated by a bunch of people who worked for a network that had previously called Mass Effect a sex simulator, so I don't know why anyone took what they had to say about games seriously, but considering the current socio-political climate, I can't really say I'm surprised. Regardless, the game came under so much fire that it was dropped by Konami and eventually died in development hell. As much as a younger me would have hated to hear me say this, I actually think it's ultimately a good thing 6 Days was not completed and released as originally envisioned. I do not believe that the games industry of the 7th generation of consoles was equipped to gracefully tackle that subject, and given all the pre-release footage and interviews with the developers that I found, the sentiment appears to be well supported. A few years ago, it was revived by a different studio and faced similar backlash, but of a different kind. Perhaps decades late, but there is a lot of distrust, hatred, and fear directed towards the military, the police, and many other armed government-controlled forces. Lotto says all cops are bastards. While there was most certainly still some residual concern over the respectfulness of depicting a recent conflict, the primary force behind the backlash of the game this time was propped up by the concern that it would be military apologia and try to paint the military actions that caused the death of well over 1,000 innocents in a positive light. As of the writing of this video, I have only just now learned that part of the game has released in Steam Early Access, and I am very much intending on taking a closer look at it. But for now I have not played the game and am unaware of how it handles these very sensitive topics. I definitely hope that it handles them deftly, and will champion it from the rooftops if it turns out to be a triumph, and cover my face in shame if it does not. I say this mostly because I want to talk about 6 Days in Fallujah since it's such a fascinating game despite not technically existing, but also because I wonder if it's more or less respectful to the people that have died in these conflicts to attempt to portray them as they were in an interactive medium, or to use them as set dressing for your science fiction story about giant robots, cyborg ninjas, and human cloning. My gut tells me that making a documentary is a little more tasteful than pasting your own story over a tragedy, but there's likely more to it than that. Perhaps the element of interactivity is what makes us feel uneasy. I'm not sure. This game uses actual footage from the war, which is actually pretty raw when you think about it. It's possible many of the soldiers you see here died during the conflict that's being depicted. It's worth noting that my favorite game in the series, Metal Gear Solid 2, avoids this issue almost entirely. Very little, if any, real-world history comes up directly in that game beyond, like, Y2K, which wasn't a bloody and controversial conflict. To be clear, I'm not personally bothered by any of this. It's valuable to me that Metal Gear Solid is based in real-world history and has commentary about these subjects. I wouldn't get rid of that if I had the choice. I just think it's interesting to look at what parts of history are considered too sacred to depict in a game, as if being a game is somehow a quantifiable negative that needs to be justified. To circle back to 6 Days, the war it was based on took place almost 5 years before the game was slated to release, and Metal Gear Solid came out only 7 years after the Gulf War. I suspect that it's not the proximity to the conflicts that were the true issue, even if that's still a part of what the current Fallujah controversy is about. To say the piece of media directly about the conflict is too soon, almost 20 years later, but the one that says the actual catastrophic health effects that real people suffered was secretly part of a human cloning experiment by the CIA only 7 years after they happened isn't, is very interesting to me.
But, Colonel, if you do that...
It's okay, Snake. The truth is, Foxhound was already the subject of an undercover investigation. Merrill was transferred to this base just before the terrorist attack as a way of manipulating me.
Those bastards.
I'm sorry. They forced me to cooperate in exchange for her life. You better get out of there, Snake.
Are you sure? It'll be bad for you.
Don't worry. It's the least I can do for you, after all the lies.
Colonel.
I'm ordering them to cancel the bombing run. After that, there's no turning back.
What? What are you doing?
The spatial properties of what's going on when the Colonel gets arrested are hard for me to pin down. As far as I understand, the entire support team of the game is located on the Discovery, which is a submarine really deep underwater. However, Jim Houseman, the Secretary of Defense, is on an AWACS plane, and somehow he knows the exact second Campbell is arrested and when to jump in on Snake's codec to berate him. It's not like a problem or anything, just something I noticed after doing repeat playthroughs of this game. That's the weird thing about continuously looking closer at a piece of art you like. The greater the magnification of your inspection, the more its flaws will begin to reveal themselves to you. Take, for example, your favorite TV show. It's possible on a first viewing, you may be found every single episode to be on the edge of your seat enrapturing. But then, on a rewatch, perhaps some of those episodes weren't as good as you remember. Eventually, the more you view something, a larger and larger amount of things will stick out to you as rough edges or bumps in the experience. But those little anthills didn't seem so big to you when you were just cruising along, enjoying the ride. It was only after you got down and started scraping the surface with a fine-toothed comb that you started to feel how rocky the road truly was all along. I suppose my lesson for something like this is, don't be too quick to start carving bits off your favorite media in an attempt to make them perfect. The flaws that us as people make during the creation of art are just as important as the successes.
I don't have it.
I see. Oh well, that's okay. You two are an embarrassment from the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret. You can't be allowed to live. Well, the bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do. Farewell.
There's no way out for us. Let's finish this before the airstrike. You stole everything from me.
Don't worry, I haven't died. The bomb Liquid presents in this scene is a subject of fascination for me. It is a genuine explosive with a timer, because if the timer runs out during the fight, it blows up and you die. Liquid says it's also time to detonate when Meryl dies, but in this ending, Meryl is already dead. But also, regardless of whether Meryl is alive or not, the bomb doesn't detonate if you beat Liquid in the following fight, and everyone just forgets about it. It's such a confusing object, and I'm pretty sure it's just there to add drama for the scene, but it's so poorly thought out that it's just funny. Interestingly enough, if you die on this fight and hit continue, you get an extra 30 seconds. Liquid would otherwise spend that time talking, but the fight just starts at a full 3 minutes on a game over. It's a good way to give a struggling player a better chance on the second try.
If you cross this line, you fall. At this height, it will kill even you. Have at you, Snake.
The fist fight with Liquid can be broken up into 3 phases. The first is pretty simple. He runs to various points around the head of Rex and either just takes whatever hit you throw at him or tries to dodge and counter. If he runs to the outermost corners of the arena, he'll dodge and counter. Otherwise, he'll do nothing. Whiffing a punch in his vicinity can be used to bait him into his little maneuver. You can damage Liquid with punches, kicks, and a little bit with a shoulder flip. The shoulder flip is particularly useful for either repositioning him or ending the fight, and you'll see me use it towards the end. It's possible to get him in an infinite combo with the right setup and button tapping rhythm, but I struggle with it and would prefer to fight him legit anyway, so I won't be doing that here. Once he gets past a certain health threshold, he'll say, "Nice shot!" and move to a random part of the arena. Now it's a real fight. He can move freely and is constantly looking to attack you. If you whiff your attacks or drop your combo, he'll immediately counterattack and damage you. This is a huge problem because Snake's fists seem to have a particularly annoying hitbox, and Liquid possesses a rather small hurtbox. It seems like you have to be standing with him just a little offset to Snake's left for the hits to connect reliably. When doing this fight, you'll certainly find attacks whiffing that absolutely shouldn't. I found it was very consistent to get him in the northeast corner and stand just south of him, do my 3-hit combo, then run in a circle to dodge his attack. Rinse and repeat, and the second phase should go by like nothing. His tackle isn't anything to worry about. Keep moving and he'll miss you. Phase 3 is much the same as Phase 2, except now your kicks will either knock him down or launch him off the edge. If he gets knocked to the ground and uses a spring kick to get up, he's vulnerable immediately after for another combo. If he has to climb up from the ledge, he'll get a brief period of invulnerability. Watch out for the spring kick though, because it has a surprisingly big hitbox and can spell disaster on a no damage run. You'll get a feel for when he's preparing to do a kick or his tackle. When he's sidestepping, he's likely going to go for a tackle, and when he's inching forwards, he's going to go for a kick. Throw him overboard, and the fight is done.
Meryl. Forgive me. Damn.
This scene has a remarkable parallel with Wolf's death in the snowfield. Snake is standing over the body of a woman, and Otacon walks in from behind and decloaks while Enclosure plays in the background. Except this time, the roles are reversed. It's Snake who's in pain, and Otacon with a detached, worldly perspective. He may be partially feeding Snake's words back to him, but sometimes that's really all you need. You can philosophize and craft your view on life, death, and conflict all you want, but only when you're actually in the situation do you know if your beliefs hold any merit. Snake has a mature pair of eyes with which to see the world, and his words to Otacon on the surface reflect that. However, he hasn't internalized his own ideas until they've become part of his own grieving process. Otacon's own perspective on the situation is welcome, and it's touching to see him encourage his friend to live on despite the tragedies that have befallen the three of them, even if he is a little delusional about his relationship with Sniper Wolf.
What the hell do you know? Meryl's dead. I lost.
So, are you gonna stay here and die? Along with her? Snake. People die. But death is not defeat. That's what Hemingway said. I lost Wolf, too. But that wasn't defeat. She and I will be together forever. We didn't lose anything.
Together forever.
It's true that Wolf is dead. But our love didn't die with her. Life's more than just a game of win or lose. Don't you think? Let's live, Snake. There's a parking garage right next door. We can get to the surface from there. Come on. I released all the security locks. It'll be okay. We can escape. You have my word on it.
Otacon, you've changed.
I'm through regretting the past. Life isn't all about loss, you know? It started. Those guys. Seems like they only hurry when they're destroying things. Good. Let them destroy it. But they can't destroy the human spirit.
Otacon out here with the indomitable human spirit.
still watching me. Maybe I can prove myself to you after all. Come on, hustle!
Snake, it's cold outside. You'll freeze like that.
My sneaking suit.
You better hurry. Hurry! Now you look like yourself again.
Alright, here we are at the escape sequence and the climax of the entire run. There's a lot to talk about here, and I don't have much time to explain, so let's rock. First off, the timer doesn't matter. Nothing happens when it hits 0. Second, I give Otacon a couple slaps on the ass for good luck. Third, I use my final optional kill here. You can get out of this room without taking a hit, leaving this guard alive as well, but I found taking him out here was really consistent. I kill him as late as possible because otherwise another one will run in to take his place. But if I leave him until the end, then another won't have time to appear before we're safe. Something that's very important to keep in mind is that the machine gun fires every 3rd frame. So it fires on the first frame you press the button, then 2 frames of waiting, then the next shot leaves the gun. Consider that the gun fires on frames 1, 4, 7, 10, etc. You can then offset this by releasing the fire button and pressing it again slightly later, so you can fire on frames 2, 5, 8, 11, and so on, or frames 3, 6, 9, 12, and so on. For the checkpoints, while it is technically possible to get through them without taking a hit, the odds are so astronomically low that it's not worth putting in the effort anymore. However, in 2021, users watching the Twitch Speedruns channel on twitch.tv inadvertently found that, by using a second controller plugged into the PlayStation, you can manipulate the movement of the guards at the checkpoints for some reason. No, I don't know why. This makes it trivial to complete this section without taking any damage. The guards normally have a few different positions they can move between, and if you happen to make one of them cross over one of those positions, you'll lose control and likely be shot. So it's helpful to ensure that they move as close to the Jeep as possible or out of bounds for safety. Even so, the furthest guard on the left at the second checkpoint can occasionally be a pain in the ass and not get puppeteered, but I just make sure my gun is positioned to shoot him down first. I like to imagine Snake's maybe inherited some abilities from Psycho Mantis that help out here. It's been known that it's technically possible to finish the liquid section of the Jeep escape without being hit for some time, but the odds were incredibly low. While it's possible someone else has come up with it previously, I've developed my own strategy for making it consistent. The first section is dead simple. Liquid will dodge your fire if you aim directly at him, so I aim away from him to get him to pop up, then swerve my gunfire over to hit him before he fires. After that, I train my aim directly on Liquid to keep him ducking behind the wheel for the duration of his invulnerability frames. Repeat. After hitting him 6 times, he'll transition to the second phase. During this time you can still hit him up to 2 more times, but that's risky. I keep my aim over him the entire time to prevent him from getting a quick shot at me, and usually I can land a 7th shot before phase 2 begins proper. During phase 2, he'll ram you with his vehicle from behind. He's invulnerable until he slams into you, at which point your aim will fly off in a random direction and Liquid will try to fire his FAMAS. It's possible to refocus your aim fast enough, but you're at the mercy of luck. You can make it 100% consistent by using the item window to pause buffer until the collision, and then begin firing on the frame before impact. This will let off a bullet to hit Liquid on the first frame he's vulnerable, and save you from taking damage. I look down and watch for the headlights of the vehicle to either completely or almost entirely disappear. After the 13th shot, we transition to phase 3, which is identical to phase 1. It's important to keep holding fire after shot 13 to maintain a consistent firing pattern, as we'll need to offset it soon and it needs to be timed perfectly with his invulnerability frames. After shot 18, I pause buffer to advance to a frame where the firing sound effect and the muzzle flash appear on the same frame. It's the only way I found the timing to be consistent. Then, I advance exactly 4 frames without firing, and begin holding fire before releasing the item window, offsetting my firing pattern by 2 frames for shot 19. Then, I offset by 3 more frames for shot 20, and hold until the end of phase 4, which is the side-by-side. Shots 21 through 26 are easy, since Liquid will always be returning to roughly the same spot he was after he gets hit and loses speed. Be careful though, since he can either move more or less depending on chance. After shot 26, I offset by 4 more frames and keep focused on Liquid for 2 more shots. For shot 29, I offset by another 4 frames and hit him twice before offsetting for only 3 frames for the final shot. After hitting him 31 times on extreme, the sequence is complete, as is the no damage run. Snake taking a round in the cutscene is totally fine because I'm not in control and it doesn't deal damage anyway. Same with the Sniper Wolf 2 intro. Like I said before, I'm not sure if anybody else has discovered this method for offsetting your firing pattern to make the shots against Liquid consistent, but if I am, I would respectfully ask that this trick be called Sneed's Feed and Seed. It's no exaggeration to say that the Jeep escape alone took over 250 attempts through 15 hours to get my first no damage playthrough completion, and was by far the most challenging part of the playthrough, both physically and mentally. I wasn't even 100% certain it was possible to do before attempting it, and before I recorded it myself, I had never seen footage of anyone doing it either. And going back to watch the footage to record this video, it was making me nauseous watching the Jeep swerve back and forth. Second to that comes the fist fight with Liquid on top of Rex, just because Snake's punches are so inconsistent. Third place goes to the repelling section, but the rest of the run was rather straightforward.
He's dead, that means...
Don't think about it, Snake.
What happened to the air raid? No stealth bombers in sight.
Snake, can you hear me?
Colonel.
Are you okay?
Colonel, what happened?
The Secretary of Defense has been arrested. Early retirement.
Arrested?
I was able to get into contact with the President. Metal Gear, the training exercise, all of it. It was all the Secretary of Defense acting alone.
Acting alone? What happened to the air raid and the nuclear strike?
The orders were rescinded. The F-117s and the B-2 Spirits have returned to the base. Once again, I have complete authority over this operation.
I see.
Washington isn't stupid enough to use nukes to cover up a few secrets.
I wonder about that.
In any case, the danger's over. Thanks, Snake.
Colonel, about Meryl.
I already know.
Colonel?
Meryl was my daughter.
What?
I didn't find out until recently. I got a letter from her mother, my dead brother's wife. I was going to tell her after this operation was over.
You know, if you think about it, Roy Campbell is one of the worst pieces of shit in the entire series. He says that Meryl's mother is her dead brother's wife, which means that Roy would have had to have slept with her at some point. And it had to be close enough to the time Roy's brother died that it would be plausible for everyone to believe Meryl was his daughter. The wiki says it happened while he was still alive, which means Roy literally cucked his brother, who then would go on to die in a war. That's fucked up, dude. I wonder how Mei Ling could have seen a snowmobile in a cave on a satellite photo. Ah well, best not to question it.
Never expected you to come home alive.
Me neither. I better not show my face around here.
No danger of that. You two officially died after your Jeep sank into the ocean.
That's not too far from the truth.
Also, there's a helicopter waiting for you on Fox Island.
The final codec call between Naomi and Snake always gets me a little emotional. Despite all she's done to hurt Snake, he still finds it in his heart to preserve the memory of Frank Yeager as he was in Naomi's mind. Fox is gone, and his last wish was not granted, but Snake recognizes that hearing the truth would devastate Naomi, who lives on, and decides against speaking it. It's such a powerful moment between these two characters that have had a rocky relationship throughout the entire game. Snake forgives her and tells her what she needs to hear, and I think that's beautiful. I shouldn't need to say any more on the story. The game's themes here speak for themselves, and I've elaborated all I feel I need to on how expertly they're woven into the narrative.
Naomi said that she wants to talk to you face to face about that.
How is she?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is with her right now. I'm switching over to Naomi.
Snake, it's me.
Naomi,
I heard about my brother.
I'm sorry. But he had one last message he wanted to say to you. He told me to tell you to forget about him and to go on with your own life.
Frankie said that?
Yeah. He also said he'll always love you. Naomi, your brother just saved you, me, and the whole world. He fought with every ounce of strength in his body.
Maybe. Maybe now he's finally found some peace. He wasn't really my brother anymore. Ever since he fought with you in Zanzibar, he's been like a ghost. A ghost looking for a place to die.
Naomi, Liquid died from Fox Die too. What about me? When am I gonna go?
That's up to you.
What do you mean?
Everybody dies when their time is up.
Yeah, so when's mine up?
It's up to you how you use the time left to you. Live, Snake. That's all I can say to you. Each person is born with their fate written into their own genetic code. It's unchangeable, immutable. But that's not all there is to life. I finally realized that. I told you before the reason that I was interested in genes and DNA. Because I wanted to know who I was, where I came from. I thought that if I analyzed my DNA, I could find out who I was, who my parents were, and I thought that if I knew that, then I'd know what path I should take in life. But I was wrong. I didn't find anything. I didn't learn anything. Just like with the genome soldiers, you can input all the genetic information, but that doesn't make them into the strongest soldiers. The most we can say about DNA is that it governs a person's potential strengths, potential destiny. You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. Snake, whether or not you're in the Fox Die program isn't important. The important thing is that you choose life. And then live. Don't you think, Snake? Don't worry. I'm going to choose life too. Until today, I've always looked for a reason to live. But from here on, I'm going to just live. Genes exist to pass down our hopes and dreams for the future through our children. Living is a link to the future. That's how all life works. Loving each other, teaching each other. That's how we can change the world. I finally realized it. The true meaning of life. Thank you, Snake.
Until today, I've lived only for myself. Survival has been the only thing I cared about in my life.
That's not just you. That's how everyone is.
I only felt truly alive when I was staring death in the face. I don't know. Maybe it's written into my genes.
What about now?
I want to enjoy life. I really do. How about you, Otacon?
Me? I feel like a new man.
So what are you gonna do? Continue your research?
No, I'm finished with science. I'm interested in human psychology now.
Sounds good.
The whole reason I got into science in the first place was because I was no good with people. I was scared of them. I was scared of life. I thought that I could never understand them because they're so illogical. But I finally learned how to like people. I'm not afraid anymore.
You and I are more alike than I thought.
I'm just tired of always being a spectator in life. I'm ready to live. I'm gonna stand on my own 2 feet. I'm not gonna hide anymore.
You giving up your stealth camo?
Huh? Oh yeah. You can have it. So, this is where we say goodbye to our loves as well. Want me to drive?
No thanks. I'd rather do it myself.
No problem. Where to, Snake?
My real name is David, Otacon.
I'm Hal, Dave.
Oh, that's right. Hal. Hal and Dave. That's a good one. Maybe we should take a trip to Jupiter.
So where you going, Dave?
I think it's time for me to look for a new path in life.
A new path?
A new purpose.
Will you find it?
I'll find it. I know I'll find it.
And our new 2 best buds take a very heterosexual ride off into the sunset. How sweet. And with that, the Metal Gear Solid No Damage run comes to a close. But there is something I need to discuss. When I first set out to complete this challenge playthrough, I believed that such a thing had never been done before. When I hit liquid that final time and the ending cutscenes began to play, I jumped out of my chair and exclaimed to the heavens and my friends in a Discord call with me that I was the first person on Earth to have ever done it. Prior to that, I was unable to find any footage of a no damage playthrough of the game, as the 3 runs I mentioned at the start of the video weren't complete no damage runs at all. However, that changed a few days after wrapping up recording on the footage. I got a hunch that there was more to find, and before long I ended up on the wiki page for the Metal Gear speedrunning community I mentioned earlier. Buried deep within the wiki was a subcategory of a subcategory, the damageless speedrun. There were no runs submitted for it, and not even a leaderboard exists, just a wiki page explaining the strategies usable in a damageless run, including the escape, which was published about 4 years ago. After joining their Discord server and asking around, I found that I was not, in fact, the first person to complete a no damage run of Metal Gear Solid. A very skilled and, as far as I'm concerned, quite nice Australian speedrunner who goes by the name Iceman had privately completed several damageless runs prior to my attempt, none of which were recorded in their entirety, so what I said at the beginning of the video about this being the first complete recorded no damage playthrough of Metal Gear Solid is still true. According to Iceman, nobody else has completed a damageless run of the game. It's an understatement to say that I was immensely disappointed by the revelation that not only had someone completed a big boss no damage run before me, but he did it years before I even had the idea to try, and without the checkpoint controller trick to boot. He's a fantastic Metal Gear Solid player, and deserves the honor of being known as the first person to ever complete the game without taking damage. I was consoled, to some degree, by the people in that community still congratulating me for my accomplishment and taking second place. They left me with kind words that have led me to learn an important lesson. Though there may always be someone better than you, that doesn't make what you do accomplish any less worthwhile. You should feel pride in the goals you set and achieve. I may not have been the first or only person to complete Metal Gear Solid without taking damage, but I stand next to the only other person who has, and that's still an achievement worth celebrating. Like Otacon said to Snake at the end of the game, life isn't just a game of win or lose. Metal Gear Solid 2 would have Snake tell us that everything we felt, thought about during this mission is ours, and what we decide to do with them is our choice. To choose your own legacy. It's for you to decide. To quote the greatest television series ever made, equivalent exchange doesn't encompass everything that goes on here, but I still choose to believe in its principle, that all things do come at a price, that there's an ebb and a flow, a cycle, that the pain we went through did have a reward, and that anyone who's determined and perseveres will get something of value in return, even if it's not what they expected. Metal Gear Solid is one of my favorite games ever, and doing a no damage run, recording it, editing it together, and recording a commentary track for it has only made my love for the game grow, and I hope that this video has helped foster your own love for this gradually overlooked game, and how it truly is a masterpiece. I'd like to take this time to thank my friends of the Abyss for cheering me on through the process of recording this playthrough. You're all amazing, every single one of you. You know who else is amazing? All of my supporters on Patreon, whose names you can see on the screen right now. And lastly, I'd like to thank everyone who watched this video through to the end, and listened to what I have to say. It means a lot to me that there are actual people who are willing to dedicate their time to hearing about what I think on a subject. What else is there to say but the best is yet to come.
You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. The important thing is that you choose life, and then live.
Yes, sir. The entire unit was wiped out. Those two are still alive. The Vector? Yes, sir. Fox die should become activated soon. Right on schedule. Yes, sir. I recovered all of Rex's dummy warhead data. No, sir. My cover is intact. Nobody knows who I really am. Yes, the DARPA chief knew my identity, but he's been disposed of. Yes. Thank you. Goodbye. Mr. President.
Oh, and here you go, just to prove that I really did get the big boss rank.
Hey, Keith, you a pirate, man.
That would explain everything.